There we are. Hello, CFA Nation. Gabe. And we're here to see if Mumbai can pull up an upset and get RCB into the playoffs. It seems as if even the fate gods want RCB in the playoffs as they sent rain. That's right, people, rain into this is crazy. I'm following the match, getting set up, and rain comes right before the toss. It's insane. What's going on, Han? Dr. Jihan, Jay, who else is up in here? Rain Fire, Chatil, Bapil, what's good? Dibley. I mean, here it is. Bottom line is, if Mumbai can pull off an upset, RCB should be in, right? They need this win. Let's see what happens. Prithvi Shaw, who had been missing for a few games, is back in, and he is in an opening partnership with David Warner. David Warner off the mark right now with his first shot. You even got bats flying out there, ladies and gentlemen. Black bats, are you kidding me? It looks like all the omens are out there to try and take this away. Oh my. What's going on, Han? Little dot ball there. There we go. What's going on, Boomer? Interesting match here going on. Interesting match. And what stadium are they in today? That's a good question. That is a good question. They are in Wakandi, or Wankari Stadium. I always say that wrong. You know, Prithvi Shaw back in the side after missing a few games along with David Warner. And if DC wins, they're in. If DC wins, they're practically in. It just depends now on this match. Of course, there's another match to go with Punjab Kings, but I believe DC has the better net run rate. So if they win, they're in. But if they lose, then it gets really interesting because at that point, Punjab Kings has a worse run rate than RCB. So at the moment, RCB's in. The top three have already qualified. And what an interesting dynamic, people. So far, 12 for no loss. 12 for no loss in two overs. DC going kind of slow here. DC going kind of slow here. And Mumbai opted to bowl first. It looks like the rain might have slowed down the track a little bit. What do you guys think? Is Nick gonna join? Nick will be on probably around the second for the second inning. So when there you go, when Mumbai Indians are trying to chase. Han says, "Oh God, he's wearing a Yankee jersey. Did he lose it? Easy there, Han. Easy. My boys are on fire. The Yankees are like got the best record in baseball. Easy there. What's up, Jay? Well, you know what, man? It's interesting. It's been so busy for us. This is the end of the school year. We've got so much going on. I personally have got a Sweet 16. My daughter's Sweet 16 is today. My 17-year-old is graduating high school, getting ready to go to college. Trey, you guys met him. My 21-year-old, 20 or 22-year-old now, J Man, he's graduating college, I should say. So it's a busy time of the year. We've got so much going on. Oh, thank you for the super chat, Dr. Jihan. Watson said on the Great Cricketer podcast, Finch might be a liability in Australia's side and advocated for Warner to take over. And wow, a bomb just got hit there as we're talking. Who hit that six? Was that Prithvi Shaw with a big six off of Daniel Sams. Warner to take over leadership, band to end. Finch got 150 in 5 innings in the IPL. You know, Finch has been up and down since I started watching cricket. I remember, again, one of our introductions to cricket about little over 2 years ago. We're going on our third year now. Was watching the show or the documentary, I should say, the test, and it showed that Finch also had struggled there. He had got dropped from the test side at the time, and you know he found his form, but he's also struggled the last 2 seasons in the IPL. Ended up getting dropped from his last team, so Finch is an older player as well. Age catches up to us all, guys. You know what I mean? Thanks, Barrett. Thanks, Barath. Much appreciated. Thanks, Barath. And thank you for the super chat, Dr. Jihan. I heard about this. MSD confirmed he will lead CSK next season as well. And then there's rumors now that Jadeja doesn't want to be retained. I mean, I don't know what's going on. That's crazy. Ashwin played out of his skin yesterday versus CSK. Yeah, these guys have pride. It's not like they're just gonna lay down and let other people play. It is what it is. What's up, Vendo? What's going on? Appreciate that, Barack. It's a big day for her. She's super excited. Might be able to drop Finch and get in the youth. That might be what you have to do. Daniel Sams with another delivery. And Sams has actually been good for the last few matches here for Mumbai. But in this first over, he's being handled relatively easily here by Prithvi Shaw. Oh, that was LBW. Was that missed or was that going to be too high? They just showed the review on that ball. I thought he got a bat on it. That should have been a LBW. It was kind of high on his knee pad, but he was bending down. That should have been out. But it doesn't matter because Daniel Sams comes and gets a wicket on the very next ball. David Warner gone. David Warner gone. Should have been gone a ball ago. And oh man. Daniel Sams has found some kind of form here in the last few matches. Caught by Boomerang, caught by Jasper Boomerang. And the ball before that looked like it should have been should have been gone before. It should have been LBW. Was not challenged. It was not challenged by Yep. No. 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 Yep. He's gone. Wasn't Ambati Raidu child prodigy and next Sachin Tendulkar too? That's funny. Um. And I think that's in response to Prithvi Shaw. Prithvi Shaw had gotten dropped, and he started really early. People talk about how he was supposed to be a child prodigy, and he was really good. They kept pushing him through the system, and sometimes that kind of pressure gets to you, man. And he was really, really young. He's still young. What is he, like 21? And he's been in the IPL for a long time already. At least the 3 years that I've been watching, maybe 22 years old. He's a baby. Yeah, Nick, I don't know what happened. I set my lineup and it did not save. I set my lineup, it did not save. I'm super mad about it. I had, to be honest, though, I was going to put David Warner in there and Lalit Yadav, so I might have just saved myself a little bit of heartache. but I don't have a captain. Ooh, good start for Mumbai. Good start for Mumbai indeed. Taking out that David Warner. That's funny. He said that's awesome for me. I made David Warner my captain, but I made it late. Uh, Last minute change. You know, Daniel Sams has been really good as of late. Oh, another wicket, back to back and belly to belly, back to back overs with wickets and Boomerang, who I did want to select, but I just too expensive. I think Boomerang might have a big day today. Goes ahead and takes the wicket of Mitchell Marsh, and things are looking bad for DC. Is DC feeling the pressure of having to win? Did the rains and the gods, cricket gods, come and say, no, RCB will get through? This is looking ominous. And could it happen, ladies and gentlemen? Could it happen? Had to stream this game. Nick says, there goes my captain, Nick Mush Mitchell Marsh. Nick Mush Mitchell Marsh. Oh, Nick, how dare you? RCB might just squeeze in. RCB just might squeeze in. I'm telling you, if DC wins, then what has to happen in the second game? Because it's interesting. Both, let's see. No, 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 no. It doesn't even matter in the second game because they would not get the amount of points they needed, right? So yeah, that's it. Punjab Kings can only get 7 wins or SRH. So this is a huge game in that if DC wins, it's done. Oh wow. Interesting. I mean, if DC loses, I should say. 2 for 22. Prithvi Shaw. Wow, Mitchell Marshall's been carrying the baton. Now you got Rashid Pant. This is so interesting right now. And the rain that came might have helped out this squad. Oh boy. uh it's simple. DC wins and they're in. But yeah, if they lose, it's RCB stays in. So interesting. That's hilarious. Nick says, I'm rooting for the wife who has let herself go. The better looking mistress gets in. That's hilarious. Tomorrow's game is a dead rubber game. It's a dead rubber game. That's hilarious. Time for Pant to step up. Time for Pant to step up. Ooh, Barack Berry, long time. Nice stop there by Kishin. Oh, why? But it could have been worse if it went all the way back. Bradbury says Pat and Powell, last of the Mohicans. Yeah, DC's problem this year has been that they've got a very weak uh, 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 lineup, right? They only bat 5 deep, maybe. But yeah, after Powell, you got Axar Patel, who can give you a big match here and there. And then you got Lord Decor. I mean, he's never really been considered an all-rounder. He can put up runs here and there, but you can't count on that. And two of your biggest guns, and David Warner and Mitchell Marsh gone. Prithvi Shaw, who's been this is his first game back. I can recall in what 4 or 5 games, guys. Let me know in the chat how many games has Prithvi Shaw been dropped. It's been at least 4 or 5 games. Come on, kryptonite. That's Nick right now. Uh, Thanks for this message, Han. Gabe Archer is out for the summer with a new injury. Guys, if I'm Archer, I'm going to make a very serious decision. And if I'm England, I'm going to make a very serious decision. I'm going to have a conversation with Archer, and he wasn't dropped. He had typhoid. Oh my gosh. I thought he had been dropped. Did not realize he had typhoid. Uh, Never mean to make light of a player getting sick or being injured. Um, I'm trying to say this and be very look, he's an athlete, right? His job is to make money. At the same time, you know, he has a responsibility, a duty to his team. The guy's body is just not going to hold up. The injuries are piling up. We're talking about Jofra Archer, and I think England has to have a serious conversation with him and say, listen, you cannot play, all these tournaments if you're going to be playing a part of our test squad or a part of our, ODI or T20 squad, whatever it is, a part of our international squad. You're out too long. Period. And Archer has to decide whether he's going to play for his country, which technically he's not playing for his country, right? Archer was West Indian, or if he's going to play for these smaller leagues, these domestic leagues, but where he can make more money. Because these are reality, man. Those injuries are piling up, and his body's not gonna withstand the year-long schedule that Test is right now. And that's going to be the conversation for a lot of people. When I read it, I think it was an article on Crick Buzz, and then I think there was an episode with Jared Kimball who talked about there's just too much cricket right now. There is, guys. There is. It's a daunting task. These guys are playing nonstop, nonstop, nonstop. Right now, I'm exhausted. I need the end of the school year to get here so that I can just recover, take a break. You know what I mean? Give me a month or two to recharge the batteries. You know, and I'm a teacher. I'm not I don't do what these guys do because even when they're not playing, they're in the nets, they're working out. This is their lives. So it's a conversation that needs to be had with him. And unfortunately, it's sad because I think Jofra Archer is an absolute gem as far as an athlete, but his body's just not holding up, man. Yeah, exactly. So he's just been playing too much. They've got to have that conversation with him. Oh, is that gone? Is that going to be given? That looks good to me. That looks good to me. Are they going to challenge it? The way that it bounced, it had to hit the. Unless he got some bat on it, did they challenge it? What do you guys think in the chat? Wow, they just went to commercial. Wow, Privy Shaw was hospitalized due to typhoid, so he missed first four. he missed 4 matches. I didn't realize it was typhoid, man. I thought he just got dropped because he wasn't playing well. Ooh, typhoid. Dibbly Dobbly, thank you for the comment. Says, I agree, Gabe. It's just too much cricket, and the ICC needs to restructure the international calendar. The current system is going to be unsustainable. Agreed. It was missing leg stump, so I guess it was good that they didn't challenge. Like I said, it looked good to me, but Rob said, no, that was missing leg stump. Nick's gotten so much better at me than calling those. But it was yeah, he completely missed it, but I guess tracking said it would have been missing. Wokes has a fracture, a stress fracture, a lack of talent abroad. You're out of control. Don't let Nick hear you say that. Just missing. Good call by the umpire there. Look at how Australia managed Cummins and Hazelwood and Stark. Yeah, you have to. You have to. You got to protect these athletes from themselves, man. Yeah, what's going on, Dibley? Absolutely. Nick will be joining in a little while, but for sure, it'd be nice to have you on. Let me go ahead and send you a link. Next ball here by Boomerang. Oh, is that a wicket? Is that a wicket? Wow. I mean, the only thing is, it was a bouncer. He tried to get the bat on it. It knocked him out of the way. Oh, Boomerang. That's when Boomerang gets nasty. Oh, Boomerang. Yep, it right off the pads, and no, it wasn't too high. I think it's good. He's walking off. He's gone. Guys, that's, by the way, in my opinion, what Umar Malik is missing. He's got to get, with his pace, he's got to throw some nastier bouncers up there. He doesn't have that kind of aggression. Oh, Boomerang. And that was a great catch by Ishan Kishan. Wow, Boomer strikes again. And I mean, I told you I had a feeling Boomer was going off today. 5-wicket haul. How was Archer ever going to be sustainable test bowler when he was someone who came up through T20 cricket bowling 4 overs a game? Yeah, you know what? That's a very good point. That's a very good point. You know, most guys start off in bowling the longer formats, right? Like tests or ODI, and then go down to T20. Archer's talent was so good in T20 that eventually England used them in tests, but he was just overused, man. Yeah, bro, I agree. That was a nasty bouncer. Thank you for the super chat, Dr. Jihan. Wow, that was, and I mean, again, you're not trying to hurt anybody, but with Umar Malik's pace, if he can locate those bouncers like that, dude, it's gonna be disgusting. And oh, there goes a six for Safaraz Khan. Comes in and pumps Boomer right away. Oh my. And there you go, Jack. Link sent. Come on down, my friend. Yes, Mosine Khan, it has also been impressive uh as well. The kid for LSG. the young boy. We found a lot of talent. 43 in the chat. Don't forget to like and subscribe. We found a lot of talent in the IPL this year, and that's why I think it's good that they do restrict how many international players can play, because that way you still get a chance for more for local players, Indian players to be discovered. I still like Umar Malik, man. Who do I think is going to win the emerging player of the season? I think it's Umar Malik. Some people think it's going to be Moshin Khan. Maybe the batsman, right? For is it Tilak from the Mumbai Indians? Oh man, I wish I knew how to do a poll here. Like if we were doing this on directly on YouTube, I could do a poll. I think Umar Malik deserves to win, but I would like to see what CFA Nation says. Maybe we'll do a poll anyway after the game and put it on Twitter, not Twitter, YouTube, and just see who do we think. Man, what a ball by Boomerang! Like he got out of the way, like tried to just try to save his life. And if we could get that kind of nastiness out of Umar Malik with his pace, forget about it. I mean, I'm just checking right now, and Malik is currently fourth in wicket taking, 21, eh, with 21 in that orange cap. I'm sorry, in the purple cap chase. And where is Moseen Khan? Well, he doesn't have as many matches, obviously, as Umar Malik. In 8 matches, he's got 13. So, I mean, I think it's a close race, but I think it's Umar Malik. People are saying it's Umar. Catch of the tournament has to be Evan Lewis. Oh, Evan Lewis killed me. KKR was in. All KKR had to do was chase down, like, what was it, 3 runs at the end, and that one catch in that, oh, that killed us. I'm like, are you kidding me? The catch of the tournament. Because KKR wins and they're in. They have a better net run rate than RCB. They would have been in. This game wouldn't have even mattered right now. But no, yeah, left arm bowlers who can bowl 150 are very rare, Gabe. Agreed. Boomer's bouncers are the toughest to face, dude. To such a difficult action to predict 140, 150 Ks, and he is deadly accurate. Oh, listen. If KKR had won that game, they would have been in. If KKR won that game, they would have been in. Guys, they lost by 2 runs. They lost by 2 runs. They almost chased down that total. It took an unbelievable catch there by Evan Lewis. It was Evan Lewis that made that catch to break up the momentum we had in that final over, or was that the 19th over when he made that catch? I can't remember. But if KKR won that game, they would have been in. Still, oh, it would have put them at 7-7, huh? So RCB still would have had to lose. Oh, right. Good point. I was wrong. What are you gonna do? That was assuming if whoa. Oh, I thought that was gonna go by for a boundary. Nobody bowl bounces like Brett Lee. Did I watch Tim David's 46 on 18? I did not. I did not. Who do I think is going to win today? I honestly think that it's going to be Mumbai. Mumbai, I don't know. They're playing a lot looser lately. And I think the pressure is getting to this has been a terrible season for DC. Pat has not done a good job with the captaincy this year. And I don't know. I just don't think that they're able to get it done. Oh, yeah, Tim David pumped not the wrong hand. That's when he gave up 60. I did watch some of that. Hilarious. I forgot about that. But we'll see what happens. I want to see RCB get in. Remember, I predicted RCB would get in. I was the one that predicted SRH wouldn't get in. When SRH had won 5 in a row and they were 5-2 after starting off 2-0. And Nick and I had our midseason predictions. And I said, SRH, I don't think holds on out of these top 4. I think they're the one team that doesn't hold on. Go back and check. And I saw a glaring lack of offense, right? The bats weren't right. I mean, Kane Williamson has had a dreadful season with the bat, and it's the injuries, right? You couldn't just depend on Umar Malik because he had a couple games there where he couldn't take a wicket. Couldn't take a wicket. But it's also the injuries that hurt them. Washington Sundar injury killed them. They needed Washington Sundar there all season. Did not happen. Nice ball there. Nice ball there. Another dot ball. Ooh. Udicat will with emerging players. Stop it. Yeah. No, you already know who's the emerging player, Jihan. I'm telling you, it's gonna be Umar Malik. Perron is just too he's not what do you call it? Steady enough. He'll have a big game, then he'll disappear for a game. He has Chapati's been better than Nicholas Perron. I mean, the team's okay. It's just not they didn't have enough, in my opinion. And after 2 dot balls, that's where Pant to me sometimes is scary. Edge for a 4, edge for a 4. Easy there, Don Antonio. I didn't say Kane Williamson is garbage. I don't want the West Indies to come back and get abused because of what I said. That's what happened last time I said Kane Williamson is garbage. But Kane Williamson has had a terrible season. And as we speak, Jack, what's going on, Jack? From WW Podcast. I did not notice. Hopefully, I didn't have you waiting too long there in the lobby.
That's fine, Gabe. Great to be here as always, Gabe. And hello, everyone. Great to be here talking cricket.
Jack, am I out of bounds by saying that Kane Williamson was trash this season in the IPL? Honestly, SRH wins with any other captain.
Yeah, he hasn't been performing well, Kane, for some time, I think. Maybe it has to do with his elbow injury or something, because that's plagued him a lot.
Right.
And he hasn't played a lot of Test cricket for New Zealand. So, yeah, it's been indifferent from him. But that happens in cricket. You go through these slumps, up and down sort of things. So hopefully he can, perform well tomorrow in the last game and finish off on a good note.
Right. I think that I'm not sure if he's hiding an injury. I just know that I don't know who's been worse as far as captaincy goes. Like captain ain't seen it. Now you can't really talk about Dhoni maybe Jadeja, because Jadeja just ended up being dropped from captaincy. That's oh,
Yeah.
man. Last time I saw that was when DK lost it for KKR a couple seasons back. But as far as like the captains this season, I would argue that Kane Williamson has probably struggled the most. Right along with, I mean, Rohit's also struggled. Now that I think about it, Mumbai's had a terrible year. It's very, very interesting. I mean, captaincy puts a kind of pressure on you that it'll make players crumble, man. And I think that we saw that with Jadeja, man. Have you heard about this, Jack? That supposedly Jadeja does not want to be retained by CSK. He's so upset about being dropped that he's just like, "Nah, I'm gone." Like
Yeah.
what are your thoughts on that, man?
It's interesting. I have to say that I think Dhoni got this call wrong. And Dhoni doesn't make too many mistakes. But I think he got this one wrong because, your best player doesn't make your best captain. We always have this notion in the game. And Jadeja, unfortunately, captaincy doesn't go with him because he's used to being one of the players, one of the boys. He's been, getting used to that throughout his whole career. He hasn't even captained any form of cricket in his career at domestic level or international level, obviously. So you thrust him into this role of being an IPL captain, biggest pressure ever on the eve of the tournament. Of course, it's going to go badly, and that's what happened. So, yeah, I think he got it wrong, Dhoni, as I mentioned earlier. So it'd be interesting to see where they go from here. It's up to him if he wants to leave and have another challenge with another team. Players do that. You want to change. You're so used to it for so long. You just want a different challenge. So he may be thinking about that, or he may be loyal and say, right, I've played here for a few seasons. I've had a bad season this year.
He's not played for anybody else, Jack. He's not played for any other team other than CSK, to my knowledge. So, but I mean,
I think he was part of Rajasthan Royals in the first season.
Did he?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. People in the chat may correct us on that, but I'm pretty sure he played for the Rajasthan Royals in the early editions of the IPL.
It's interesting. I think that Dhoni was looking to retire, honestly, and he's trying to build a team because he's trying to go out. But to your point, not just your best player doesn't make your best captain, and it's a mistake. And here's the reality, man. Nick and I have talked about this. We follow a lot of sports, Jack. We're not telling you from basketball to football, American football, to international football. And I follow that more simply because my wife's family is Mexican. They play a lot of football. But there's no other sport you can think about where the amount of pressure is put on one player as in captain in cricket. There just isn't. There's so much responsibility there, man. So much, from fielding to bowling options to how can you think about your own game at that point? You know what I mean? Like, I don't understand. Like, and Nick and I, when we first started talking cricket, it blew our mind that one player had that kind of power. One player had that kind of responsibility. Like, it would never happen in American sports. They pay our coaches sometimes as much as players just to make those decisions, to take it out of the hands of the players. Because you're a player, you're in the game. Sometimes you're in the heat of the moment. You don't there's so much preparation that has to go into that. And Jadeja just isn't captaincy material. We've seen tons of guys fail at captaincy. Captaincy will destroy you. It destroyed DK with KKR. And even on the international scene, we've seen India have some great players fail as captains. Sachin couldn't have captaincy. Sachin is the greatest player of all time. You know what I mean? Like, he's the god of cricket. And he himself, like, I didn't like it. I remember watching that video. Like, what comes along with it, man. Sunil Gavaskar talked about it as well. The scrutiny, I honestly think that captaincy, all three formats, and the noise finally got the Kohli. It finally got the Virat Kohli.
Yeah.
Because the amount of pressure the guy was under, it went from India ever won away it was a huge, what do you call it? A huge accomplishment to, if India doesn't win now, even when they're away, you're a failure. Like,
Yeah.
look at what they're expected to win all the time, and that yet Kohli gets crushed. I think that, man, if I'm a player, I don't want it. I don't want it. Let me focus on my game. I don't want it, man. What are your thoughts on that, Jack? Like, would you want that responsibility as captain? Here goes Paul, last of the Mohicans.
Yeah, you don't set out to be captain. It's given to you. So they pick the 11 and then they pick the best captain. That's Ian Chappell's philosophy on how the captain should be chosen. Obviously, Ian Chappell was a former Australian captain and he was a very good captain as well. You should listen to his philosophies on captaincy, Gabe. They're quite interesting. But he was a good leader. You want to relish the role and you want to make sure that you want to do well in the role. Don't give it to someone who's not interested because they won't be an inspiring captain or whatever. It's definitely a big responsibility. The Australian captaincy is bigger than being prime minister of the country. It is.
I heard that.
And speaking about prime minister and that, we just had the general election today. So I had to cast my vote for democracy every 3 years in Australia. So at least we don't have to worry about that for another 3 years. I couldn't care less for politics. Anyway, it's bigger than that, really, here in Australia. So Pat Cummins being captain, he's really connected well with captaincy. It's really brought the best out of him. But it's bigger than being the prime minister. So players don't set out to be captain. It just you get the role, and you have to try and build your own methods and philosophy and try and hopefully inspire your team to win and do well. But most people relish the role, others don't, and we've seen that with many great players where captaincy doesn't suit them. So I wouldn't like to be captain of a cricket team. It's a big responsibility.
Too much responsibility.
It's just too much, but that's the role of the captain in cricket. You know, you're in charge of everything. You're in charge of on the field stuff, off the field stuff.
You're even involved with selection, man. It's just so
yes. You're even involved with selection as well. In some cases, picking squads and players that you want. So, it is a big responsibility, but, you just got to try and, do well if you can in the role.
It's brutal. Super chat by Dr. Jihan. Thank you, Dr. Jihan, for the super chat. Much appreciated. Says, Jack, thoughts regarding Simon's tragic death. He played so many match-winning innings for us in Australia, in ODIs in particular, but also Tests. He was overseas player for Kent when I was growing up, so holds a special place in my heart. And Nick and I mentioned it the other day. We did I think it was during Cricket Tuesday. We mentioned it actually on a video that Jihan had requested us for. I think the only thing I might have seen him play once or twice in a video, but the thing I'm remember him probably the most for, unfortunately, was some kind of controversy he was involved with or whatnot. And
yes, with Harbhajan Singh, yes, in Sydney, yes.
Yeah, in Sydney. But talk to us about Andrew Simons, and it's always sad. And Nick and I always talked about this when a career is cut too short, when a life is cut too short, and a player who's actively playing passes. You know what I mean? It's a tough thing. Or man, it seems like Australia has taken some hits this year. Okay, Shane Warne just maybe a month ago, I think it was a little over a month ago, his passing, and now is it Simons or Simmons? I always think I say
Andrew Simons. Yeah, Simons. Yeah.
But what are your thoughts?
It's terrible. In shock, as many people heard the news. I saw the news on my phone. I was like, this can't be right. And I was like, oh, something must be up. Everyone's posting about Andrew Simons. And I was like, oh, dear. Roy, as he was known, that was his nickname, Roy or Simo. He was a wonderful player. He wasn't well known as the big players in Australia, but he was a very talented cricketer. in both the longer form and the shorter form. And he was always loyal. You could always rely on him as a great team man, and he was just a great guy. He was a larrikin, he was a character, and you wanted him on your team. And people will remember his. Let's put the controversies, because he got into a lot of trouble, and we all know what happened there. Let's not dwell on those. We should remember what he did on the cricket field, and he did some wonderful things. He scored a wonderful World Cup century against Pakistan in 2003. Australia were in trouble in that match, and he scored a wonderful century there to get us over the line, and we won that World Cup, and we went undefeated for 2 World Cups in a row, because the next World Cup was in the Caribbean in 2007, and we won that every single match in those 2 World Cups. He was a part of both of those wins. The Boxing Day century he got in the Ashes in 2006-07, which was his first Test century, was probably the moment that most people will remember from him, because that was quite a significant moment in his career. And I think many people would remember the one dayer at the Gabba against India, where a streaker came onto the field, and Andrew Simon was a pretty good cricketer, as we know, but he was also a pretty good rugby player. And if you watch the video game, maybe you and Nick should react to it, him just shoulder charging the streaker, going bang, and he fell on his back at the Gabba. That was Roy. That was Andrew Simons. He was just a character. And it's sad that he's departed us, obviously. It's just a fact of life, but in tragic circumstances. I think someone said Heaven's got a pretty good cricket team at the moment. I think someone said Don Bradman's batting, Shane Warne's bowling, and Andrew Simons is at short leg. So it's a pretty good team up there, but let's hope no more. Obviously, we don't want to keep having these conversations, because it's just so sad, and it's so disappointing. But he was a great cricketer, and he'll be sadly missed by all.
It reminds us all of our own mortality. It reminds us to enjoy the little things. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, today is my daughter's sweet 16. We've been planning this thing for a month. I mean, obviously more than a month, but this last month, it's a pretty big deal in the Latin culture. It's actually supposed to be a quinceañera, 15-year, but we couldn't do it because of COVID restrictions last year. Man, we got like 100 people coming to this party, Jack. It's insane. And a whole bunch of dance choreographed, and a whole bunch of outfits, and it's just crazy. But you know what? It's the little things. It's the little moments, you know what I mean, in life at the end of the day. And again, thoughts and prayers go out to his family and friends, and he's gonna be missed. He's gonna be missed, unfortunately. And to your point, let's hope no more this year. Let's hope no more, because
Yes.
it seems like the cricketing world's been taking too many hits. Too many hits.
Yeah, that's right.
Thank you for the super chat there, Dr. Jihan. Where is I was looking at a comment earlier. Somebody mentioned the tackling on the field as well. That's hilarious.
That's hilarious. You should react to that video.
I gotta check that out. I'd love to see that. See, that's where the rain, I think, is going to impact this game. That should have been a 4, guys. That should have been a boundary. And you could see that the outfield is playing slower. Did you realize, Jack, that rain came right before the game, out of nowhere? Like, it's like RCB prayed to the rain gods. I don't know what happened, man. Ambani, the money came back or something. You know what I'm saying? Because paid for the showers to come through. Even though I would think that Mumbai and RCB are bigger, rivals. So Mumbai probably wouldn't play as hard, but that's just not how athletes are. They don't think, oh, if we win, oh wow, that's brutal. A ball fumbled for a 4, and Rohit's face is like, are you serious right now?
Yeah.
Who did that?
It's never good when you misfield one, especially through the hands.
And I mean, that should have been just 2, but that's brutal. But there was a one that I want to donate was going for There's one I wanted to get back to because I had mentioned Coley, and somebody said, no, that's not why Coley gets killed. Where is it? I can't find it. But decisions he makes on the okay, maybe it was this one. Where he says, but decisions he makes on the grounds are his. Most of them don't come off. I think they're talking about Coley here, but why Coley's been getting like killed. You know what I mean? Coley selected team last year. Here it is. Sunny S says, thank you. Coley doesn't get crushed for not winning outside, but for not winning any cups and his spontaneous haphazard selection before a major event in cricket. Again, it's it's selection. It's so much responsibility. Who wants that who wants to be captain? You've got even if you win, it's like, oh my gosh, it's so brutal. And
Yeah.
there's so much that can go wrong, can go against you. And I'm not disagreeing with you, Sonny. Maybe, you know, here's a good example, right? Yeah, last year, or was it the year before last? I think I crushed Owen Morgan as the captain for KKR. He did everything right. He got that team to the what was it, the championship, or he got him to the playoffs at least. He might have gotten all the way to the championship. And the problem was he could not score. All right. He did everything right on selection. He did everything right on fielding, positioning, on selecting bowlers, but yet his own game wasn't good. So you get crushed for that. Like what captain does you can't possibly. There's just so many different facets when you're captain, not just your own game. And if you're performing well on your own, then but the rest of the team isn't performing, then you get blamed for that too. I just wouldn't want it. I just wouldn't want it. So I respect your opinion, Sunny S. My question is, name another Indian captain you want then, because to my knowledge, up in the air, is that gonna go for 6 or stay in the park? And no, that's way gone for 6 by Powell. And that DRS coming back to haunt Mumbai. I thought it was a wicket, but I guess they said it was umpire's call is too high. But Powell now putting in work. Oh, Powell's a big man. And last of the Mohicans. Because once Powell goes down, it's basically right now Powell and Pant. And to me, Pant, I think, is playing a very sensible innings. What do you think about that?
Yes, he is. Well, obviously, he's got to stay in. They can't afford to lose another wicket there.
You don't see Pant playing this, cautiously, but 100 strike rate for Pant right now, just under 100, right? 21 for 22, and taking singles. Interesting play here, but Mumbai has a chance here to finish off the season on a good note and try to climb out of that basement. If they win, do they have a better net run rate than CSK is the question. Can they give CSK the wooden spoon? Oh, I didn't even look at that. Let's see. Depending how Mumbai wins here, if they do win, could CSK end up in the wooden spoon? Oh my gosh. Oh no. Oh no, Jack.
Oh, it's a battle for the wooden spoon here.
I was thinking to myself, like, wait a minute. Because CSK got demolished. So they're 4-10. So Mumbai wins this one, they'll end up 4-10. Oh man. MS Domi service for hit is good. Sarayas Ayers is future. Sarayas Iyer. Let's look at what Sarayas Ayer's done this year, guys, with KKR. I wouldn't be so quick to jump to Sarayas Iyer. I like him as a player. I think he's got a lot of potential, but there's a reason that DC also moved on from him so quickly. They could have retained him. All right. Remember, they gave the captaincy to Pant because Iyer was injured. But Iyer started off as captaincy and then never just gave it back. So that's very interesting. Ooh, 4-10, same as Gabe. Oh, that's hilarious. What about Hardick? I think Hardick's injured. Jack, players hide injuries. All right. I'll tell you myself, and I'm not proud of it, but this is the reality. I've told my kids to hide injuries. My kids are serious athletes. We're talking about high school and college injuries. And there's a difference between being hurt and injured. Let me reframe that. All right. You could play through hurt. You don't really want to play through injury. All right. I think he's hurt. Hardick was having an unbelievable season at the beginning of the year. And then something interesting happened. He went in a game and only bowled 1 over. And then the next game, he didn't bowl at all. And this is a guy that was taking wickets, like, whoa, what's going on? And then you saw his game start declining. And he went like 3 or 4 straight games where he didn't bowl at all. Go back and check. And that tells me, wait a minute, what changed? Did somebody else come back into the lineup and you've got to get him in there that's better than Hardik Pandya? I don't think so. So I think that Hardik is injured. Early Hardik Pandya that we saw this season was amazing. But then people say, yeah, the injuries, and that's really what curtailed him in Mumbai the last 2 years, battling back from injuries. So maybe he's not, but we'll see. Let us know in the chat. But I think he's done enough to definitely get back onto the international squad. Especially, guys, what's the boy? Venkatesh Iyer is just not ready. He's just not ready. Up in the air. Is that going to be caught? Nope. That goes for 6.
It's a maximum.
That goes for 6. So I think he should be back. But I'm not sure if you've been following Hardik this year. He started off, bro, and every game he's getting wickets, he's scoring runs, and his game had a precipitous drop. And it started by him not bowling, him only bowling 1 over and then not bowling at all. Is that like a sign of that a guy might be hurt, or do you just think, I'll get your thoughts on that, Jack.
There could be a number of factors. Maybe he's injured. Maybe he's got a niggle. We don't know because only he will know. Maybe it's just tactics. Probably, just get some overs out of me. Just only bowl 1 over. Then we got someone else who can bowl the other overs, maybe. So there's a number of factors in that. Only time will tell. We got to see how he goes in the playoffs and see if he's injured or hurt, or it's just bit of soreness, because it's a long IPL season this year. So with 10 teams, and it takes a toll on players. So yeah, it could be a number of factors, Gabe, there, I think, with Hardik Pandya.
Interesting. So I keep fighting, and you're probably one of the best people to comment on this. I keep saying that India's tour of Australia, India should bring this young kid, Umar Malik, who has hit 154 this season, 153 on the radar gun. The guy throws absolute gas. And while he is young and has the potential sometimes to not be consistent on his lines and lengths, I think the pace alone is so conducive to success out there on the pitches in Australia. What are your thoughts? Do you think that he would be successful, or do you agree with some people saying, nah, he's not ready, he doesn't have experience? The kid's only 20 years old, 21, I think he just turned. Umar Malik, do you think that, I'm sure you've seen him once or twice, do you think he should be put on the side?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. A lot of people say he should. Obviously, pace is important in Australia with the bouncy wickets. Obviously, not all the wickets in Australia are bouncy. There's only 2 fast wickets that are bouncy, and that's Brisbane, which is the Gabba, and Perth. If India play their games at the T20 World Cup, he'll do pretty well there because he'll get some nice bounce and carry in Brisbane and Perth. Whereas the other grounds like Melbourne, Adelaide, Sydney, they've got bounce and pace, but they're not as fast as those 2 wickets. But, he'll do well. He's got the pace. He's only young. You don't know until you try them at international level if they're any good or not. He needs to work on a few things with his... You can have pace. Pace gives you a lot of advantages as a bowler because it hurries up the batsman. You got less time to react as a batsman. You don't like facing 150 plus. It's nasty. But you need to have other things as well, like variations, take pace off, because batsmen can get set up for that. He's just being too predictable. He's just bowling fast. You just need to change it up a bit. And he gets carded for runs because batsmen are used to that. They can use the pace as you can with a fast bowler. India's got some tours coming up to England. I think they play some T20s and ODIs there. And they do have a T20 and ODI tour of Ireland, I think.
Right.
Put him on the squad there. Give him a chance. You see, at least give him that experience of being around international players and what's it like being an international cricketer. How does Bumrah prepare and Shami, these type of bowlers. That experience would do him the world of good. Even if he's not in the squad, let him be a reserve or a standby player. In this day and age, squads are big. You've got to have reserve players. Give him that chance. I don't see why not, because he's young and you've got to give him that opportunity to come.
Yeah, I'm like a net bowler at the very minimum, because the one thing is he's not as accurate as a Boomer, let's say, you know what I mean? And once he gets that accuracy, then he can nail those bouncers, man. And it's a different story there, because you saw the bouncer today that Boomer got that wicket with. There's nothing Prithvi Shaw could have done there. That was disgusting ball. Yeah. And with his pace, if you can nail that, man, it's brutal. But he doesn't have that kind of accuracy, right? Bowls a lot of wides sometimes. So I see the argument against it. I just think that for India, you also want to continue building for the future as guys as Muhammad Shami start getting older, and guys, again, they only have so many bullets in the arm. That's an American adage, right? Like, you only have so many innings. The hourglass, the sand glass is there, and you only have so many games you can play realistically. So many balls you can deliver. So it's good to continue to always replenish the coffers, so to speak. I've just fallen in love with this guy. Again, I think they said, somebody put in the chat earlier, I was wrong. I said 156. It was 157. That is disgusting pace, man. That is.
You get a speeding ticket for that if you go that fast.
Yeah, exactly. You get a speeding ticket for that. That is just brutal, and you don't see that often. So I think it's impressive. But thanks for your analysis there, Jack. And you're right.
There's something else to add to that, Gabe. He has to be managed well. Obviously, we talked about Jofra Archer earlier. He has to be managed well. He's only young. So, he's going to get a lot of injuries. That's the reality of being a fast bowler.
Yeah.
So he's got to be managed well by India, but he's definitely a potential international player. That's for sure. At the Sunrisers Hyderabad, he's got Dale Steyn as a bowling coach. So that's a pretty good mentor to learn from.
That's a really good mentor to learn from. That's a good point there.
But I wish him all the best, and hopefully we see him in Indian colours soon, because he's a very, he's got all the potential and all the skills. So yeah, good luck to him, I say.
You try to tempt? Oh wow, Gabe! If you were another franchise, would you try to tempt a top Indian bowler like Bumrah away by offering him the captaincy? Ooh, you know what, man? Paddy Cummins is captain of Australia right now, right? I don't like the idea of bowlers being captain, and I just think that they can either under bowl themselves or over bowl themselves. Ooh, I thought that was going to be a wicket there by Daniel Sands. It's popped up straight in the air, but it landed safely. And I think that, especially with bowlers, you know what I mean? Like, I saw it the other day. I think it was Rabada was getting pumped. He got pumped as his first over. So they protected him. They only gave him 2 more overs, right? Then like as a captain, you've got to be able to see that. You know what I mean? You don't want to send your guy out there for a fourth over if he's getting pumped. And maybe as if you're the captain and you are a bowler, you can't see that. Maybe you won't do that. You'll overbowl yourself. Or maybe you go out and give up 18 and then you won't bowl yourself again. You underbowl yourself. Like, I don't know, man. What are your thoughts on captains? And I know Patty Cummings is a captain, and he's been amazing for Australia since he's become
Yeah.
captain. But overall, bowlers and captains, what are your thoughts? Thanks for the question, Han.
Yeah, we always have this argument that batsmen make good captains and bowlers make the worst captains, and it doesn't really go well. It goes back to Victorian times, Gabe, because of the class system hierarchy. Batsmen were upper class, bowlers were lower class. And this is what Jared Kimber told me when I interviewed him for the Ashes video that we did. That's what he said to me. And the bowlers that were lower class, they didn't have their names on the scorebooks because they were lower class and they weren't considered to be captains. So we've always had this in the game. I think it's rubbish because bowlers make good captains because they've got all the tactical nous. Because your job is to get wickets. Your job is to read the game and be tactically sound. And bowlers have that. Yes, I can understand the over and under bowling yourself. And I think with Pat Cummins at the moment, he's got the balance just right. And, you know, it's very important to have as a bowler captain is that you've got to know your own body and when to, you know, the right moments to step in. With Pat Cummins, he's got Steve Smith as a vice captain. So he's not doing everything by himself. He's got other players who can help him. So I don't see what the problem is. You know, there have been some bowlers who've been captains of their country in cricket, and they've done a pretty good job, like Imran Khan, Kapil Dev. They were all-rounders, as an example. So they've done pretty well in their captaincy career. So, yeah, I don't see a problem with it. But I think it's just this perception that we have going way back to the early history of the game to now that bowlers don't make good captains, which I think is rubbish because they've got all the skills. And they've got all the tactical nous. And we've seen that with Pat Cummins with Australia at the moment. So I don't see what the problem is.
The game may be getting away from Mumbai. 100 century mark here for DC. Roman Power still on strike. We're getting ready to go into the death, ladies and gentlemen. And I think maybe Mumbai might have missed their opportunity. You know, again, it's not a huge total yet, but if they get to 150, you know what I mean, which can easily happen from this point, it's going to be troubling. Going to be a difficult chase. So 100 for 4, and we're just now getting into the 15th over century mark. Ooh, doesn't bode well, I think. But we'll see. We'll continue to watch. And right now, who's balling? Is that Daniel Sams? Now, Daniel Sams is an interesting character because Nick and the first few games of the season, he was absolute trash, and we were killing him. He got pumped. You know, he had a chance right there to take a wicket, but that ball coming back at him so quickly, he had to just get out of the way. I mean, I don't even blame him for that, man. That's always the scariest ball right back at you as a bowler, right? Same thing in baseball, by the way, as a pitcher, and you got a glove on, but that screaming rocket comes back at you. You throw your hand up and pray. You know what I mean? Like, hopefully I can try.
Yeah, I've been there, Gabe, especially bowling in the nets. You know, one batsman drilled it back at me and hit my forearm. Thank goodness it wasn't a broken arm. It hit the fleshy part, so it hurt, but it is scary. So,
oh, yeah, dude. You know what I mean? I was.
And they've mentioned that as well, that bowlers should wear protection as well to prevent concussions and that, because it does happen. Bowlers do get hit.
Oh, yeah. Look, they're showing all the catches right now. That catch was just unbelievable. I mean, man, there were some unbelievable catches this year. I still say that because of the impact of the game. Oh, man. I don't know, man. Was the Lewis catch the catch of the season? It might be.
Oh, yeah. He took that one-handed, didn't he? Yeah.
It was brutal.
That was a pretty good catch.
It was an unbelievable catch. And that was an unbelievable chase. It was such a great game.
Yeah, it was. Went down to the wire, and that new law, Gabe, the crossing, the
I
new
love
batsman has to
I
face.
love that law. I love
Umashadov was on strike, and he had to hit the winning runs, and he got out bowled.
got
So
bowled out. He needed 3 runs. He needed
Yep.
3 runs on no. Was it 2 runs on 3 balls just to tie? At least a super over. He had 2 balls, 2 runs, couldn't do it. Like wow. Brutal. That's a case where a law that was put in made the game much better, in my opinion. It has made the game much better.
Yeah.
And almost a run out there. Miscommunication. Was that now? Is that law just for the IPL, or is that law gonna go reverberate through all cricket?
Yes, from October. So the IPL are doing it now because it's going to change anyway in October. So we might as well just get used to it now. And that's what the IPL usually does when there's law changes. They obviously implement them in the IPL season when they happen.
Right.
So it's going to be throughout international cricket in October, Gabe. So
that's going to make the game so much better.
Yeah, well, they got that from the 100, actually.
Really? Okay.
They got that from the 100. The MCC thought, well, it's only a little minor thing, but as we saw in that game with Kolkata, it's a big thing because if you got an experienced batsman, I think it was Narine at that time.
I think, yeah.
If they crossed, he would have been on strike, but Umashadov was on strike because it was new batsman. So I think that really cost Kolkata the match, I reckon.
Yeah, and it's been at least 2 or 3 times this year where that came into play, where you can't it's the new batsman that comes in that has to face the bowler. That batsman obviously isn't settled, and it makes a world of a difference. I would venture to say, and maybe Nick and I will try and do the research. Like you said, it's been such 70 games, such a long IPL season now because of the extra added teams. But there's been at least a handful of games, maybe 4 or 5 games, where that has directly led to a win or a loss for a team. You know what I mean? Because again, right now, let's say right now one of these guys falls. Now you've got tail enders coming in there, and they got to get off strike. It's not like it's just going to be given to them. So you have a chance to take 3, 4 wickets in a row and end this thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
Especially a team like this that isn't really top heavy. And after this, it'd be like Axar Patel, right? Or Thakor, one of the two.
Yeah.
Right. They start their probably at 6. Yeah, at 6 or 7 is where technically their tail enders start. You know what I mean? So
yeah, it's quite a bit of a long tail, I think, for the Capitals.
Super long. I would probably go with Boomer right now. Boomer's only got 2 overs. I'd bring him in, see if I could break up this partnership, because then, I mean, you're not going to need a Boomer to take out Axar Patel or Lord Thakor. Sams can clean him up, or who else would they go with? That's interesting. How many overs you got? 1, 2, 3, 4. Riley Meredith's going to have to bowl here in the death. Interesting. IPL needs to improve BPL point rule as well to remove net run rate. No one understands net run rate. Okay, I've seen videos on guys doing net run rates to try to figure out where it's hilarious. The math that goes into it. Guys got to get the advocates out, just start doing all kinds of high level maths and stuff. Quantum physics goes into no one understands net run rate.
No. It's like Duckworth Lewis. No one understands that. That's complicated. Net run rate's the same. But I agree. You probably need a better system than net run rate, I think. And we've had that debate for a while now in cricket, especially in tournaments like World Cups and T20 World Cups, to better, if there's a tie or anything to better judge who gets in or who misses out. So it's a debate that we've had for a while now.
That is hilarious. Here's Nick. Gabe, you're crazy. The new law sucks. Now bowlers have to deal with the likes of Siraj, Mark Wood, Stark. These batters are dangerous. Exactly. Exactly. All right. Love the new law. Love it. All right. Finally give one for the bowlers. Stop giving all the batsmen help. What is this? Okay. Interesting. And immediately a boundary. And I thought they would have gone with Bumrah, but they would go with Ramdeep Singh. And this is huh? Can you just go with a new bowler in the death? What is he doing? Rohit Sharma has had a very interesting season, man. We'll see what happens.
It's probably
I don't want to say match fixing. Don't push me there, guys. Don't you push me there. Dr. Jihan, thank you for the super chat. I would make Smith captain of the Test and ODI side, Warner captain of the 20 side. Will this happen, or is it dictated by the sponsors? Oh, you know what? Nick and I also had, and probably won't happen, but we think there should be a separate captain for each side, to be real. Okay, just it's enough responsibility. Give the Test to one player, the ODI to another, the T20 to another, because it will take pressure off that player. Only give them one thing to worry about. What are your thoughts on that, Jack?
Yeah, I think I agree with you, Gabe. Because you need to separate captains for all three formats. Like most teams in world cricket are doing that. Australia, England, they have two captains for all three formats, like one for Test, one for ODIs and T20s. But that could happen where you could have three captains captaining all three formats. It'd be interesting to see if anyone does it or not. I don't think anyone would. I think everyone would stay with the model of having one captain for Tests and one for ODIs and T20s. I think that will happen for the foreseeable future, and then probably down the track we may have three individual captains.
Gotcha.
But it's just about balancing workloads and management and taking pressure off players who are captains. So it'd be interesting to see if they do it.
Let's see. I mean, this is interesting. And somebody in the chat says Randeep took 3 wickets his last game, his last match. Hey, listen, that's fine. You just brought in a new bowler in the death. This guy hasn't bowled at all this game. And to be fair, he comes in single, 4, wide. That doesn't look like a guy that's sharp. It's like bringing a new batsman to the crease. The guy's not settled in. I mean, I don't understand these tactics, but who am I other than a lowly YouTuber / school teacher? I'm not an expert. Possibly, I mean, maybe he likes the matchup. Who knows? Like I was looking at it, it was weird, and that's why I was looking at that. Wait a minute. And I knew he had Boomer for 2, but I said Riley Meredith may have to bowl 2 as well, because Daniel Sams, who I know they'll bowl Sams in the death, only has 1. But nope, he went through Randeep Singh. Now, he's not gotten blown up, but 2 wides back to back, and looks like another boundary there. It doesn't look, there goes another boundary, edged for 4 by Rashid Pant. I don't, it's not worked out. It's not worked out. I think this is a poor decision by Rohit Sharma. Thank you for the super chat, Dr. Jihan. Dion says, "You're not an expert, Gabe." I'm just saying, not an expert here, but you don't want to throw a guy out there that hasn't seen any action in the death. He doesn't know what the pitch is doing. I mean, have you ever seen this, Jack? Just throw a guy out there in the death that hasn't bowled a. Of course, notwithstanding injury or something like that, but just as a tactic.
Yeah, I've seen it a few times that teams have done this. Yeah, it's a interesting move that he's done here, Rohit Sharma, to bring on Randeep for this first over of his spell, and it's the 16th over where you should be really bowling your best bowlers.
Thank you.
It's quite interesting. Yeah, maybe he just wants to get an over out of him, maybe, and see what his other options are. I don't know.
Another wide, and it was terrible, right over his head. Look at this. This guy's not ready. And I mean, Pat tried to hit it regardless, but you got to know it was going to be a wide. It was 2 feet over his head.
It's just gotten worse, Gabe, because he's Rishabh Pant's just hit that for 6.
Oh my gosh. Are you kidding me right now?
He hit that for 6. Yeah.
Somebody check Rohit's bank account. Match fixing! No, let me stop there.
Yeah, that's a good shot too. Yeah, interesting move. It's an expensive over. It's a big risk, especially towards the back end of the innings like this. It's giving some momentum back to the Delhi Capitals, that's for sure.
It was a terrible move. It was a terrible move. Like I Rohit Sharma, somebody in the press conference, and sometimes that pisses me off. And I get it, Jack, because you've interviewed like some, pretty big people, and you're gonna be cautious with what you say. And I know that it's tough for me not to ask the tough questions. That's just who I am. You know what I mean? If I'm the reporter, that interviews the players, right? I'm asking Rohit Sharma, you bring in a brand new bowler in the 16th over. I'm just curious. Was somebody hurt? Is something happened that we don't know? Because that's a very questionable move. You know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't outright accuse him of match fixing, but you got to ask the question, because if not, people are thinking it right now. What's happening? Come on.
There's got to be some accountability there.
But I feel like these reporters sometimes are scared to ask, don't you? Like the tough question.
Yeah, because you don't want to get on the wrong side of the players, because they won't answer your questions. You got to have that relationship between the press and the players. But some players just don't want to answer questions. They just want to get in the press conference and get out, especially if you're captain.
Get out. And there goes a wicket. There goes a wicket after 19 runs conceded in the over. Randeep Singh gets the wicket at the last ball. And let me tell you right now, you better believe, of course, I'm going to get crushed in the comments. Don't care. But I'm going to tell you right now, Rohit Sharma is thanking his lucky stars, because that had to be a question that the reporters were going to ask. Like, would you mind explaining? I would still venture to ask a question. Why would you bring in a guy in the death who hasn't bowled one ball?
Yeah.
When you should be bringing in your best bowlers at this point. And if he says he's one of our best bowlers, then why didn't you bowl him earlier? You know what I mean? It's still questionable. He got the wicket, got the job done. Yes, there goes the power of CFA Nation and the mush. And the mush. Listen, Nick is bigger mush than I've been this year. Just want to say. But there goes the wicket, an expensive wicket, 19 runs. Listen, Daniel Sam's 21 runs, two more runs in 3 overs. 19 runs. I repeat, 19 runs. And 3 wides in that over. It still gave the Delhi Capitals. They could look at this, say, forget 150. We could try to push this to I'd say 160 maybe, if they don't get at least 160 out of this. 4 overs left, 10 runs and over. I mean, the thing is now, it's Axar Patel, I'm assuming, who's going to come to strike.
Yep.
And it's Boomerang, so maybe they'll break their backs here. We'll see what happens.
Well, obviously, Powell's still in at the moment, so he's the key. Obviously, he's got to do most of the work here if they want to get that score, as you said, Gabe. About 160 they should be looking for here. But
oh, that's hilarious. Oh, Shane Webster with the math. I love it. It's a shame Ramsey Sim can't bowl 10 overs because DC would be all out for 190. Yeah, exactly. 19 runs isn't a big deal. Yes, it is. In the depth, yes, it is. Stop it. It just happened to work out for Rohit Sharma. Oh. Look at Jason Linsky. Come on, Kryptonite. Dude. Don't you hate like right when you're making an observation or a point and it just goes right against what you're saying? Even though it was the wrong move, I still contend Boomer should have bowled there in the 16th over and got that wicket.
Yeah.
Whatever. Oh, this is funny, huh? It goes after Nick. Nothing. Well, gave that up in 3 bowls. Oh man. Oh, and you know what? Nick finally admitted the other day. He's like, "Listen, I've conceded that Wokes isn't good outside of England. All right, I'm not
Yeah, I did catch that. Yeah, I did see that.
He finally conceded that Wokes is good out of England, and it hurts. You stand on your mountain and you die with it eventually, but you got to admit, all right, the guy isn't as good as I thought he was, or maybe the guy isn't as bad as he thought he was. I've had to do that with Johnny Bairstow, even though I'm gonna go back to my Bairstow's garbage. You know the thing about Johnny Bairstow that bothers me is he's got so much talent. Like Rashid Pant, he's so undisciplined, and that's what drives me crazy. If they were more disciplined, look at the innings Pant played today. Pant can literally play those innings all day. He can go and bust out a 40 or 50 whenever, but it's about playing, more or less aggressive. Is that if that makes sense? Pant's just too aggressive sometimes, and he does it at the wrong times. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he does. He has that rush of blood to his head if he hits a big shot for 6, and then he wants to hit more. And as you said, he's got to be disciplined. You've got to be better than that. You've got to play the situation, and you can't just play on your ego or your natural instincts. Because many people would say that's his natural game. Well, yeah, but you got to be responsible sometimes. You can't just be reckless all the time. And I hate that too. When you play reckless cricket, you got to play responsible cricket. There's a time and place for that.
Thank you. And although it made him famous, right? His historics at the Gabba. But I was watching that game live with Nick, and everybody's thinking to themselves, just get the draw. Just get the draw. And this guy comes out like, nope, I'm going for it. And that's where you're just like, are you like, oh, what a bomb there by Powell. Oh, Roman Powell. By the way, West Indies doesn't think Roman Powell is good enough to play on their side because he's not fit, because he can't pass some stupid fitness test or whatever. That's the problem with the West Indies. That's the problem with the West Indies. We don't play our best players. It just frustrates me. Anyway, going back to losing my mind. It just, you see Roman Powell's been a monster for DC, but he can't get fit because he's not passing some silly fitness test. And I'm just like, come on,
Yeah,
guys, really? Stop that garbage. But I remember watching that game at the Gabba and watching Rashid Pant, and I'm like, he's trying to throw this away. He's trying to throw this away, and I'm rooting for Australia. I'm like, all right, boys, come after him. And it was just like, I don't know, man. It was insane, and there were a lot of edges that just fell short. Somebody couldn't get by it. It was not like, and that'll happen once in a lifetime. But it's like gambling, right? It's like gambling. Yes, you'll have those hot streaks, but not Vegas always wins. That's why this city has the money it has, and the casinos that are built, these mega, like, listen, Vegas wasn't built on winners, people. Yes, people will win from time to time. People will win from time to time. For the most part, you're going to lose if you gamble long enough. That's how gambling works. And you got to be responsible. and that's what drives me crazy about a Pant and a Johnny Bairstow. They play
Mm.
so reckless. It just drives me crazy.
They can do it, but sometimes the lapse of concentration, rush of blood to their head, they lose their focus and concentration. They play a rash shot and get out and throw it away. And you got to be responsible as a batsman. You got to be better than that. Play the situation. And then there's a time and place to be aggressive and to be defensive. Just got to pick the right moments.
Yeah, Hitmeyer gets left off as well because he also fails fitness test. They said Lewis failed fitness test. The whole fitness test thing is ridiculous, man. It's just come on. Whoa, what a ball there. I think that's a wicket. I think that's a wicket. What do you got to lose? Challenge it.
No, I don't think they reviewed it. It was given not out by the umpire. He nodded his head. He said not out. Sam's was convinced, but they didn't go upstairs for the review. Yeah, you got two reviews. Might as well use one
right now. What do you think on a replay? I think he didn't hit that with the bat, did he?
No, I think it was pitching outside leg, or I think that could be the only thing.
Outside leg.
Pitching outside leg. It pitched out leg miles.
I never tell the trajectory. That's what I'm so bad at. You know what I mean? I think everything is middle stump. Everything is middle stump to me.
It may have gone on to hit the stumps, Gabe. You got to remember, it's pitched outside leg. You can't be out LBW. So, so you got to see where the ball's pitched as well as an umpire.
Good. You're right. It was pitched outside leg. There it is. I tell you, I would be the worst umpire, Jack, ever. As much as I criticize umpires, I'd be the worst. Everything would be a wicket. Listen, you guys thought that Bill Buckner was bad. You guys thought that I'd be the worst. Bowlers wouldn't even be asking for it, and I'd be giving it. Everything is a wicket.
Yeah.
I'd be the worst.
I think he umpired a bit too long, Steve Buckner. I think he was past his best.
Yeah, Steve Buckner definitely. I said Bill Buckner, Steve Buckner. Let me ask you a question. As an umpire, do you favor batters or hitters? Meaning, not favor, but there's umpires that favor like the bowling, I would say necessarily. You're looking to give a wicket, or the ones that are, oh no, not. You know what I mean? There's always that mentality. Like in baseball, you even look at it. You're either looking to call the strike or you're not. As an umpire, I'm one of those guys where I want action, so I'm gonna call the strike if it's anywhere close. I don't want you standing up there for your whole at bat just looking at balls. So if it's close, I'm gonna call it a strike. Nick and I disagree on that as well. But what kind of umpire are you?
Well, I tend to be neutral. So I don't favor bat or ball. I call it how I see it. If I think it's out, it's out. If I think it's not out, it's not out. Simple, right? But then people criticize, and that happens at lower levels where you don't have technology like international cricket or like the IPL. So you really got to trust your gut instincts. And someone told me that. And it's like when I interviewed Daryl Harper, obviously Gabe, former ICC elite international umpire, he said that trust your instincts. Because I talked to him about decision making in that chat that we did last year. And he said, because everyone would know he gave Sachin Tendulkar out LBW in that test match in 1999. And we talked about that. And I said, well, you trusted your instincts and your gut. And he said, yes, I did. I called it how I saw it, and it was out. So that's how I approach umpiring. I don't favor batsmen or bowlers. If a bowler appeals and I think it's out, I'll give it out. If it's not out, I'll give it not out. Simple. That's how I like to approach umpiring.
And here's the thing I don't want. Chatil says some umpires don't favor home teams. Some umpires give more decisions to away team than home side.
Yes.
I see that. That I don't want. That's something I don't care. I think that's garbage to me. To me, it's simple. And the reason why, especially in baseball, is you can kind of control the flow of the game. If I am aggressive calling strikes as an umpire, it makes the batter have to swing at more bats. I don't want the game being slow and boring. All right. I want the action. So that's why I am more aggressive calling balls and strikes in baseball. So in cricket, especially when we're thinking about tests, right? Games can go on for a long time. So if I'm more aggressive calling wickets, calling wickets and giving out, the umpire's call, it's more. It's just gonna be ball down. Oh, Boomerang destroyed the stumps. Wow.
That's a glorious sight. You like to see the stumps like uprooted off the ground.
Oh, I said Boomer was gonna have a big game. I'm so mad I couldn't set my lineup this morning. I said it and it did not save. My little phone was going like this while I'm trying to log into my computer and it did not save. I wanted to bite it. Just
so frustrating.
3-wicket haul for Boomer. Oh, Boomer putting in work. But so in test match, for instance, you see those matches where guys are putting up 400 plus runs, right? There's tons of calls that would have gone differently if umpire's call would have gone, it's a wicket. When in doubt, it's a wicket. Let the technology prove me wrong. But if not, and the technology prove, and I don't call it a wicket, then they're going to be saved by umpire's call. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And I don't want a guy saved by umpire's call. I would rather it be the other way around. That way, batters have to be more aggressive in those games. Wickets will eventually fall, and we won't have games that end up in draws. Because those things, I mean, I've seen glorious draws, and I understand now how a draw can be glorious. I mean, the draw, one of the best games I've ever seen in my life was at the Ashes, England versus Australia.
Sydney.
You know what I mean? That draw was amazing. I'm like losing my mind. Smudge
I was too, Gabe. I was jumping up and down, and I was willing Smudge to get the last wicket, just spin it out of the rough or something.
Oh, dude, I was praying for come on, Smudge. And you've got Jimmy.
Well, he got one wicket. He got Jack Leach out, and he couldn't get Anderson or Broad out.
As Anderson and Broad out there, no, we're not falling. You saw pride. It was amazing. So I get that. But other games are boring draws, right? Other games are draws that the other team doesn't even get the bat. We know it's not going to happen. So it's just you know what? Move the game along quicker using that. And is that going to be a wicket? Oh, that would have been an amazing catch. Oh, Boomer just lost another wicket there, but it was
did very well there.
An amazing effort over the shoulder. Was that Sams that tried to get that catch?
I think it was. Is that Brevis? I think it looks like him. I think
maybe AB.
Yeah, I think it is. Good effort though.
If Boomer could teach those bounces, if I'm Umar Malik, bro, I'm talking to Boomer yo, can I buy you? I mean, he can't buy Boomer anything. Boomer got that dough. But I mean, I'd be like, yo, can I buy you lunch? Can I carry your bags? Can I get in your ears? Because if he can acquire that kind of accuracy with his pace and throw those kind of bouncers, bro, he's gonna be deadly.
He'll be nasty.
Deadly. People
keep just to go back on your point about umpire's call, Gabe. I think Daryl Harper said to me, let's get rid of umpire's call and test matches will flow a lot faster because more wickets will be given.
That's what he did.
Yeah.
So if I know that batters will be saved with umpire's call if I make the wrong decision, then in my case, I'm always making the call for the wicket because he shouldn't be saved because of umpire's call. More wickets will fall, and it's going to be more exciting for the game. You know what I'm saying? So that's something I'd love it if they just got rid of umpire's call, but I don't see that happening.
No, they're not going to do that because it's a human element sort of thing. But umpire's call is really a bailout for the umpire. So it's like your lifeline. You're like, oh, okay, it's marginal 50-50. I'll go on the side of caution. And then they review it, the team, for the LBW, and then it's umpire's call. And then everyone, disagrees and says, oh, if it's hitting the stump, it doesn't matter if it's half the ball hitting the middle stump or whatever. It should be out.
And if that's the case, I think umpires should be more aggressive calling wickets. I mean, honestly, they should, especially like you said, like I mentioned in test matches where they're going on forever. You know what I mean? And you don't want that boring draw. Let's get those wickets. Let me tell you something. John Boy talked about this the other day and why he thinks the American audience is going to really fall in love with tests. And he's been doing a lot, not tests, I mean with cricket. And he's been doing a lot of cricket on his channel lately, talking a lot about it. the American audience is starting to pay attention. There's only 10 wickets, man. Basically 10 outs. And that is such a huge thing. Every time one happens, it's huge. So the emphasis put on each wicket, there's no downtime. Honestly, the way he talked about it, and we talked to Nate from Emerging Cricket, and Nate from Emerging Cricket had done an interview with John Boy, and John Boy was talking about some of the reasons why he thinks cricket's going to be successful, and it fixes the problems that we have in baseball. In baseball, we have too many foul balls, which means it's a non-action play. Ball gets hit 450 feet, it's worthless because it's foul, right? So as John Boy was telling Nate, there is no foul balls in cricket. Every ball matters. There is no downtime. Every ball matters. That's downtime. That's dead time, as we call it in baseball. It is instantly fixed there. All right. And every ball in cricket matters. Every wicket matters. It's like, dude, it fixes a lot of the issues people currently have with baseball. So I think that moving the game along is important because we don't mind. Nick and I love sitting down and watching a test match, but we're busy. We've got lives, we got kids, we got whatever. Tests unfortunately wouldn't survive in America because it just wouldn't have a big enough following.
Yeah,
gotta have people with a lot of leisure time that can go watch a 5 day test match. You know what I'm saying? A test match can last 6-7 hours. I mean, dude, there's just a lot of people are working. Sometimes some people work multiple jobs, kids, responsibilities.
Times have changed since Test cricket came in the early 1800s. Times have changed. People are busy. We're in the modern era now, so a lot of people have jobs, technology, other things, families. Whereas back then, cricket was the central focal point of society in Australia. I use Australia as an example because you didn't have TV, you didn't have all these streaming services or whatever. So, we'll just go down and watch the cricket for a day or so.
Right.
So, yeah, it's definitely changed. And as you said, it probably won't work in America. Focus more on ODIs and T20s. That's where you'll get the audience in the US, I think. Especially T20 cricket because it's high-paced.
It's high-paced and quick, and that's what they're going to want here. It's going to be the perfect TV product. You can get a game in and out within 2.5 hours. Like, it's a very interesting conversation. I'll see if I could post the link. Nate, send it for me. At least on our community page. Send Nate from Emerging Cricket some love. Doing some things with him later on this summer, but I'm super excited for that. You're a heathen, Han. Angel Hernandez should be the new ICC umpire. Is this going to be a wicket up in the air? No, yes, it is. Caught.
Yep, it's a wicket there.
There's a wicket, and Randeep comes in, and right now somewhere Rohit Sharma saying, Gabe, hold my beer. Easy, Rohit. Easy. You know what I mean? It makes no sense that he brought him in this deep. I've never seen somebody bring in a guy just for the depth. You usually give him over before the depth. You don't bring him in cold. It also tells you he doesn't really trust Meredith. Is Meredith hurt, or does he not trust Meredith bowling? Very interesting. Angel Hernandez is a heathen. It's a heathen. And we're going to have a conversation about him later. He's the worst umpire today in professional baseball and maybe in all sports. He'll look at Buckner and tell him, hey, hold my beer. Let me show you how bad I can make this call. It's unbelievable how bad Angel Hernandez
I can see why he's hated, Gabe, because I think I watched just a curiosity video about him on YouTube with the calls, and people were in uproar and saying, that wasn't the right call.
He's terrible at life. He's a terrible human being. And the sad part is, Angel Hernandez and I are kinfolk, all right? Because we're from the same island in the Caribbean. Oh, Angel Hernandez, you for shame. For shame. You besmirch the name of Latinos. Oh, anyways, umpire's call makes no sense. The margins for those decisions are way too large. It's only there to protect umpires from criticism. Thank you, Dr. Jihan. Listen, I hate umpire's call. I absolutely hate umpires call because it saves batsmen. It saves batsmen, and it drives me crazy. Now that's me being, biased because I love bowling, right? But he's out, and it tries more than often than not. It saves the batsman, and it's like why? Why do we have a rule in there that literally saves batsmen when they should be out? No, get it out of
We
here.
can't have two decisions for one ball. It's either out or not out. But we got to have umpires call because of technology is not 100% accurate. That's why they brought it in. It is a controversial thing in the game.
He's not 100% accurate, but listen, nothing's 100%
No,
accurate.
that's the point. Yeah.
Even I was gonna say something, but we're not gonna say here. But even some things are only 99.9%, effective. And is that gonna be a wicket? No, that's gone for a 6. Oh, daddy. Told you this thing's gonna go up to 160. And in my opinion, oh Powell. Oh, Powell. West Indies, are you watching? In my opinion, this game is done. And this game is done, and that 19 runs is tough. The 19 runs they gave up is tough. But even earlier than that, it was the drop. I forgot who made the drop, and they dropped Powell. Or was it the LBW? No, it was the LBW. Remember, I thought it was a wicket, and it went right under his pad or whatnot. And now Powell has gone on to make them pay. I think it's done. I don't think they chase this down. They're at 160, and Mumbai has 3 good bats. There's no Sky now. Ishan Kishan's been a shell of himself. It's basically Tikal. How do I say his name? Tilak or Tikal? Boomerang, and it's not Boomerang. What am I talking about? Sorry, it's Rohit.
Verma.
Tilak, there we go. Tilak. Sorry, and I don't even think. Oh my gosh! I just looked at the lineup. No Pollard. So basically, you got Kishan, Baby AB, Tilak, and Rohit. Then they're going with Randeep Singh, and Tim David has had innings here and there, but this is bad. They're not going to chase this down.
Speak about umpire's call, Gabe. That LBW was umpire's call.
Oh my gosh!
And it was hitting the stumps.
And
as we're talking about that happens in the last 4 innings. Umpire's call, clipping the top of the stumps, stays not out. If it was an umpire's call, it would have been out. So this is the thing with umpire's call.
Stays not out. Oh, umpire's call. Oh, umpire's call. We have to really have a conversation about umpire's call. It drives me crazy. Crazy. And that is the innings. Jack, do you think that they chase this down? Yes or no? Let us know in the chat. Do you think that Mumbai can chase this down with no Sky, baby? Oh, Sky, I miss him.
Yeah.
I got a serious man crush on Sky, unfortunately. It's a problem.
I can tell.
It's a problem. The wife talked to me about it. I told her, sorry, I don't know what to tell you. No word. It's
going to be tough. They need Rohit Sharma to, play his best innings of this tournament, which seems unlikely, and Ishan Kishan to go off as well. It looks like Delhi's in the box seat, but you never know. But it's going to be tough.
Interesting. Let me see. I don't think DC will be able to defend this. Really? Interesting. I don't think DC will be able to defend this. Mumbai reached 190. Why do you think they can't reach 160? Because they've got no Sky and no Pollard. And
they're bashing in that game against CSK. I don't know if you saw it, Gabe, when they got, when CSK was bowled out in the 90s. Mumbai struggled in that. and they just got over the line. So their batting's not really flowing at the moment. And, if they lose a few wickets, another collapse could happen again today. So, I'll say Delhi in the box seat, but, if Rohit Sharma, Ishan Kishan can do something, then they've got a chance. But, it doesn't look likely at this stage, I don't think.
And how many? And you're right. They had no Sky or Pollard last game against SRH. You're right. You're right. They didn't. I still don't think that. Maybe it can. Maybe it can. Listen, I want, and people are like, why are you even rooting for Mumbai to win this game? Because I want to be right, and I want to see RCB in the playoffs. Jack, let me ask you a question.
Yep.
Viewership has been down. And Nick and I talked about it like, man, viewership's been down even for us, you know what I mean? But all around the IPL this year, viewership's been down. Now, there's two train of thoughts here. A, there's more games, right? And normally the NFL has the perfect product in America in that it only has 16 games. They just recently moved up to 17 games. The least amount of games there are, the more emphasis on each game. B, or here's the second view. Your top teams are not in. They've been dreadful this season. So the moment that everybody looked at it and said, yeah, Mumbai ain't, what did they lose? Their first 5 in a row? CSK lost like their first, I think they might have won the first one and then had lost a few games in a row. Those are two of your biggest franchises. And then KKR's had a middling season just battling to stay in the middle of the pack. But your legacy teams, as people have called them, Mumbai, CSK, RCB, and KKR have not really been good this season. RCB has been the best of the lot, so to speak. That's not good for business. It's not good for the IPL. Same thing happens in baseball, by the way. It's not good for the Yankees not to be good. Just real. In the NBA, it's not good for the Lakers not to be good. People hate the Lakers. People hate the Knicks. Why do they get all the TV? Because they got the biggest fan bases. People kill me all the time. Nick will crush me. Why are the Knicks on TV? They're terrible. Because the Knicks have a huge fan base. Oh, speaking of the RCB, look at him. Man, RCB and Mumbai. Mumbai pushing for RCB. But to finish up my thoughts, it's not good for the IPL for the best teams, the legacy teams with the biggest franchises and the biggest fan bases to be bad, to be terrible. What are your thoughts on that, Jack?
Yeah, I think it's a mixture of the both. As you mentioned, Gabe, Mumbai and CSK not doing well. People are turned off. Longer tournament with 2 new teams. Then you have dead rubber games, like tomorrow's game between the Punjab Kings and the Sunrisers. No one's going to watch that because it doesn't mean anything. So I think it's a mixture of the two. And it's a problem in the Big Bash here in Australia as well. People want the Big Bash to be shorter because it's the same problem, because people get switched off by it, disengaged, and it just drags on too long. Same with the IPL. When did the IPL start? Late
2008.
No, not that, Nick. I mean, like, when did it start this year? It started late.
It's in March,
late March,
early April, yeah.
Yeah, and now it's May. So that's a pretty long time, and people are going to be disengaged by it. So you have to sort of balance the duration and the engagement side of things.
What is happening, everybody? Sorry for being late. I wanted to get, a little gym session in before this busy day started. But appreciate you watching with Gabe and Mr. Jack here. We got a super chat right when I step in. Dr. Jihan, appreciate this. My opinion on this IPL is too many games, too many teams, too many games, too repetitive and meaningless at times. Shorten the season and have top 5 in the playoffs. You know what? Jihan's right, because we live in a mainstream world, okay? Everything out there, whether it's badminton or whether it's thing like going to the movie theaters, whatever it is, everything in between, you have your hardcore fans like myself with movies where I'm going to go to every movie that interests me I have a membership at the theater where I pay a small price each month, and I can see basically as many movies as I want. But the mainstream audience is not that way. The mainstream movie-going audience, even those that claim to like movies, they're going to go to maybe 3 or 4 in the year tops, and it's going to be those big movies, right? Or those movies that are getting a lot of buzz. And I feel sports is the same exact way. People who are huge cricket fans, IPL fans, T20 fans, you're going to say, no, Jihan, you're wrong. You're absolutely wrong. We love the games. We want more teams. But you're talking about a wider audience. They don't care about that stuff. And to Jack's point, the game tomorrow, the match tomorrow, I'm excited for my fantasy implications, but other than that, I can care less as well. And so it's a great comment right here. And unfortunately, and I don't want to disrespect our society today because I'm a part of that, obviously, but we have short attention spans. We need something that's quick and easy. That's the reason why Major League Baseball, which is another thing that I absolutely love, and I don't want the season to be shortened. That's why Major League Baseball is suffering in this country. It's too long. Everyone I talk to says it's boring. They're not interested in it. And if you want to have greater viewership, you got to do something about that. So I appreciate that super chat, Jihan. And you better mark this day on your calendar when I agree with you, my friend. But you are right.
Personally, I don't think they're going to do that because IPL sponsorship and money and all that stuff. It's the same with the BBL here in Australia.
Contracts.
People just want it to be shorter, but they don't want to shorten it because it's money.
I don't think they're going to do it either. They just committed to 2 extra teams this year. And how did that work out? Both teams are moving to the playoffs, right? But I'm curious because as fans, we're so fickle sometimes and sensitive. Do you think that these 2 teams coming in, taking 2 of the old hat teams out playoff wise and taking those spots, you think that did more harm than good? Or with the sponsorships, with the partnerships of the local businesses in Lucknow, in Gujarat, do you think that money wise, it ultimately helped out, right? They don't care about the small man. They care about the money man.
Yeah, that's right. It probably benefit them, the sponsors of those teams as well, because they're in the playoffs. And it's all about the money and sponsorship at the end of the day in cricket, especially in the IPL.
And Deepit has a great comment right here. IPL viewership is lower than international cricket games, even in watch-alongs. Yeah, our streams, we used to easily average 150 when we had such fewer subscribers. And I thought to myself, like, in a year or two, we'll have like 250, 300. Only when there's interest, right? And some of it might be because of Gabe and I or whatever it is, but it's just the interest, right? It's just, who really wants to watch along these things. And so definitely see that in the watch alongs as well. Appreciate that comment. How you doing, Jack?
I'm doing well, Nick. Yourself?
Doing great.
That's great. Been enjoying
doing fantastic.
The Bodyline series reactions. It's great that you're learning about that.
Oh, thanks. Yeah.
Because I did a video. Sorry. Yep, you go. Sorry.
I was just going to say, I'm surprised that those videos have not been taken down because when you do a reaction, you put the video on there and I always set it to private and I see if there's an automatic claim or not. Obviously, 1983, the Bodyline series, the people, maybe they're not into the YouTube thing. I have no idea who produced it.
Yeah.
But if they find out, they could take down my channel. But I am enjoying it, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah, because I just posted a new episode of the podcast where I talked about the importance of cricket history and why we should learn about it. So anyone you want to go and listen to that, listen to me talk about the history of the game. Because I feel like we need to learn about the history, and then you fully appreciate cricket for what it is, I reckon. Because I like learning about the history, and you learn so much, and there's so many stories in cricket to be told, waiting for us to explore them at the end of the day.
No, I completely agree. Whenever I happen to have the opportunity to talk to anyone that says, hey, I want to get into this sport or that sport, this is what I tell them. I say, first of all, you got to watch it every single day. You got to watch people talk about it, and you got to learn the history of it. And then you got to learn about the players. Those 4 things. If you do those 4 things, it's like a workout regimen. If you want to get better at something or do this or that, those are the 4 things. And the history is a big part of it. Because if you're watching, let's say, brand new to cricket, and I see I see him get 20 runs in the power play. If I don't know the history, I'm going to, okay, they got 20 runs. This game is boring. This sucks. Not knowing, like, wow, those bowlers stifled them to 20 runs for crying out loud.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it just makes a whole world of difference.
Yeah, and we're going to be starting a new series, a historical series on the podcast. We'll be going back into time and looking back at the history of the game. So stay tuned for that, everyone. It's going to be some good stuff. And hopefully some people will learn something. You learn something new every day.
I'll be paying attention. I'm not going to lie. We got 3 more days with students, my friends. And then the summer comes. And, you know, I'm doing summer school for 2 weeks, so I guess that's this or that. But it's not as intense as the regular school year, summer school is. And so I got 3 more days, which means I have several weeks ahead of me to be able to catch up on my dibbly-dobbly, catch up on some other things. Who knows? Who knows? Maybe even sit down and do nothing for a few hours at a time. We'll see. Han Solo's always pushing WG Grace, and I can't tell if this is a sarcastic comment or if this is an actual person
He is an actual
that he's
person.
excited about.
He's got 50,000 first-class runs, WG Grace. He played well into his 50s.
Oh, wow.
And he played for England.
But
he was captain of England as well.
Okay,
in
so
the
he makes it to
1800s.
national side too. Okay.
Yeah. So they called him the Doctor, I think, because he was an actual doctor.
That would make sense.
Yeah, the Doctor. He was very good. He only played 30 odd test matches, I think, for England. They didn't play much in those days. It was only Australia and England in the 1800s. Before South Africa came in the 1800s, and then there was 3 teams.
This is a joke I would not have gotten if I didn't watch that second part of the Bodyline miniseries. Nick, do you only drink French champagne now and throw away all other drinks? I see what you did there, Mr. Han Solo. How dare you? I learned from my fictional characters, actually playing real characters. But yeah, he totally disrespected that champagne. Just threw it in the planter. It's jacked up. But I've never drank champagne before. I wouldn't know what it tastes like. So I don't drink any of it. French, American, whatever.
We got a super chat from Dr. Jihan, Nick.
Dr. Jihan, before I get to that, deeped it. I like where you're going. You know I am. I need this team to help out this team. I need the fat, ugly wife to help out the beautiful mistress. Cricket wife, IPL wife.
Yeah.
Don't let Jody hear that. Holy cow. All right, Dr. Jihan. Jack, did you know, this is for you, my friend, about Victor Richardson being the grandfather of the Chappelles, and they never liked Bradman, even when Bradman was an administrator?
Dr. Jihan, yes. Victor Richardson, he was the grandfather of the Chappell brothers, Ian, Greg, and Trevor. And Victor Richardson had a disliking for Bradman, especially in that Bodyline series, Nick. He was vice captain to Bill Woodford in that series, and he wanted to retaliate. As Ian Chappell says, Victor wanted to retaliate, but Bill, the captain, Bill Woodford, said, no, we're not going to do that because Bill Woodford was a religious man, and that went against his beliefs, and he thought that was going to be wrong. We're not going to stoop down to their level and do what they're doing to us because that's not fair. So we're not going to retaliate. So they've always had a feud, and that's why Ian Chappell's not too pleased about Don Bradman, and because of that. And that feud between his grandfather and the Don when they played in the same team back in the day. It's very messy and complicated stuff.
How dare you go against the Don? All right, so we got this second innings or the first innings for Mumbai starting. You got Ishan Kishan Rohit. This opening partnership, I think, has resulted in like 40% of the stress I've had this year so far in 2022. This partnership can't get anything together. And now the stress has elevated another 15% because you got one of the greatest bowlers in the world in Khalil Ahmed opening up the innings. They didn't go to Norkia. DC smart. They went with the wicket taker Khalil Ahmed. Oh, please survive his over. Please survive his over. Khalil Ahmed is a savage. Third ball. Oh, taking out his legs. He's trying to. Ishan Kishan doesn't know what to do. He's terrified. You don't want to mess with Khalil Ahmed. 3 balls, 3 dots so far. This is a very chaseable score. Do you not think so, Jack? Very chaseable score.
Yeah, we we talked about that when Gabe was on. He asked me whether or not it's going to be chased down or not. And I said, I think the Delhi Capitals are in front. Mumbai's batting's been scratchy. You know, that game against CSK was terrible. They just scraped over the line.
That game? How about every game for the last 2 years, Jack?
Every game, but that game, that would have been embarrassing if they got bowled out for less than 90 than CSK. So their batting has been really poor this season. And
it's been atrocious.
Yeah, they need Rohit Sharma and Ishan Kishan to do something in this match. They need a big partnership because they got nothing to lose. It's the last game of the season. You're playing for pride. Just go out there and, back yourself and, get the job done if they can. But it's going to be a bit of a challenge.
I was trying to set you up to make that point, and you just made it all by yourself. I see how it is. Because this is a chaseable score for any other team. But Mumbai, you can't trust them. You can't count on them for anything. Don't ask them to watch your daughter for 2 minutes while you go and get the mail because they're going to lose their wicket in the process. Don't even think about trusting them. They got 1 run. All right, only 1:59 to go. I hope. The way they started off, 50 for 4, I was like, oh, please bowl them out for like 120 or something like that. And then you still would only have a 40% chance of chasing that. We shall see. I'm hoping. I think Rohit's going to have a big day. We'll see how that goes. I was on the stream the other day. I think it was the RCB match, but they batted second. So I wasn't on when RCB batted. And it turned into another one of my epilogues about Kohli and how I'm not sure if I would take him to the World Cup team. And what does he do? He gets 76 that day as a batsman, high strike rate.
Yeah.
Every person I think is going to do well or do bad does the exact opposite. And all I have to do is say it on the stream. Okay. So if you follow Ishan Kishan, it's going to be horrible. Rohit Sharma is going to go down for like less than 5. Tilak Varma is going to do nothing. Khalil Ahmed's going to get 15 wickets, even though he only needs 10. All right. I'm going to get all that out of the way and hope it works out for me. Someone's talking about my basement. Let's go on my basement here. Let's see. Han Solo, where's Chris Wokes playing? Oh, yeah. We're not going to talk about that. Oh, Rishabh Pant. Can't handle it. Great over from Khalil Ahmed. 1 run, 5 dots, my friend. Didn't get that wicket. Thank goodness they survived the terror that is Khalil Ahmed. But he still only gave up 1 run. Yeah. Listen, could you imagine? Because the Delhi Capitals, they had Chris Wokes last year. Could you imagine if they had Chris Wokes and Khalil Ahmed bowling on the same side? There's your viewership, ladies and gentlemen. There is your saving of the TV ratings right there. They missed out on a huge opportunity. You're out of control, Han. You're out of control. Nick, thoughts on Sam's? Oh, my gosh. I would like to say a tale of 2 seasons, but it was really only like the first 4 games he was garbage. But I thought Rohit handled it better than I would have handled it. I would have said, sit on that bench and don't even look my way the rest of the season. Okay? Be grateful you're getting a paycheck for sitting on that bench and doing nothing else because I was so mad at this guy. Rohit sat him for 2 games or something like that, brought him back, and he's been a completely different bowler, completely different player. He's been able to have a few good innings as a batter, but his bowling has been exceptional. And that's where I, once again, judged him too harshly. I gave him 4 matches for crying out loud before I lost my mind completely. But very, very impressed. I do see the value of Daniel Sams. I'm very impressed with how he's bounced back. He's got a lot of confidence, this Australian bloke, right? A lot of confidence. There's a boundary from Ishan Kishan. And I like the fact that he himself rebounded, knew who he was, said, I don't care where I'm playing or what stage I'm on. Let me just do me. And he has been fascinating. So I'm glad to say, once again, I was wrong. And you're right, Baroth. Look at Shatil. It's also down to the lack of the stars, like no Tom Curran, no John Campbell, no Joe Burns, no Rory Burns. Don't forget about Dom Bess. I don't think he's ever played T20 in his life, but don't forget about him. He'd bring some fans in. Yeah, all the Bangalore fans, they're there. They're just like, please, please. We know if our team gets to the playoffs, they're going to lose anyways. But please let them just get to the playoffs so we can brag about that. Oh, don't get that caught. Okay, thank goodness. That was a no man's land over the head of the fielder there.
All the way for
at cover. Yeah, that went for 4. Norkia's bowling. Don't worry, ladies and gentlemen. I made Norkia my vice captain, so he's going to get pumped. He won't take any wickets. I was listening to Gabe and your conversation about captains for each format and how he had told you that that was kind of our plan. And you had said, well, yeah, but I don't think it's going to happen. It's more traditional to have the limited over format, have one captain, and the test have a different. And I get that. I have a pro for each argument after listening to your guys' conversation. The pro for your argument is simply that for the limited over format teams, when you have one captain, you don't have to worry about a separate captain, like overusing one of the guys you want to use for one format over the other, or, maybe not listening like, hey, can you rest this guy? He's real. I mean, not that they wouldn't care anyways, but you'd have that kind of difference of opinion. You'd have that kind of clashing situation. But my pro for it being separate is even though T20 and ODI is limited overs. Oh, please go over that fence for 6, baby. Ishin Kishin. Even though it's limited overs, you can't tell me it's the same strategy. So if I have a specialist, a guy, a captain who can play, who's on the squad, obviously, but focuses on T20, which is a different strategy skill base, and the other one focuses on ODI, then you can put all of your captaining strategic powers, if you will, into that format and really elevate your preparation for it. For example, as a teacher in elementary school here in the States, at least, we teach all the subjects. We just don't teach like music and art and PE and stuff, but all the subjects, we're with the kids 85% of the day. And a lot of times as teachers, we decide like, how about you focus on math and get those stuff ready for us to teach it. You focus on reading, you focus on whatever else, language and writing. And what I mean by that is just like the lesson plans and the papers, the resources, and then we teach it. And I like that because then I can focus on one subject, not to do a third of the work, but to spend the same amount of preparation time on one subject so I can learn more about how to teach it best and how to prepare the other teachers for that. Yeah. So that's kind of my big pro for why I would like to see a different captain, just so that they could be like an expert, if you will, in their format.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. It could happen down the track, but it is specialized formats in cricket now. We go into that stage where you have specialist teams and just specialist players just playing one particular format, rather than the crossover between, okay, he's a test player, but then he plays ODIs and then T20s. The 3 format players probably going to go out in the game in the years to come because it's too much cricket and it's the workloads and the management. It's just too much. So yeah, it's a possibility that may happen. It's the same with coaching with England with 2 separate coaches at the moment.
All right.
It'd be interesting to see how that goes.
You brought that up. I want to know, and I know I'm pretty sure I know what you're going to say already, but I want to know.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts about, and it has nothing to do with a specific countryman or a specific country, but just the idea of one countryman managing, coaching the test squad for a different country. What are your thoughts about that?
Well, it's just the way cricket is. Excuse me, because coaches go from team to team and coach different countries, which they're not their own country. Like Brendan McCullum's done with England. Yeah. And Matthew Mott, he was the Australian women's coach, is now the new coach of the England ODIs and T20 side. you got to put your allegiances aside and focus on your job, and that's coaching the team that you've been assigned to do, because that's your job. That's just the way coaching goes, really, and that's just the aim of the game. You're a coach, international coach. You got to coach different countries. The thing with England is that they've gone with overseas coaches, foreign coaches, because their homegrown coaches aren't good enough. Their best coaches that England have had, like Duncan Fletcher from Zimbabwe and Andy Flower from Zimbabwe, who played for Zimbabwe back in the day, are their two best coaches that they've ever had. So their international coaches are good for England. Whereas here in Australia, we like to have homegrown coaches from Australia because overseas coaches don't work. We tried that in 2013 with Mickey Arthur, who coached Sri Lanka and Pakistan and obviously coached South Africa, and he's from South Africa. That didn't quite work with Australia's culture of the team, and the players didn't like him. Sort of what happened with Justin Langer. So it is a job that you have to put aside your allegiances and do the job that's been assigned to you, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I just wonder, like, I guess it's a matter of how the fans feel about, the pride of the country. Like Brendan McCullum, correct me if I'm wrong, he was a test captain at one point for New Zealand, correct?
New Zealand, yep.
And I know he's been, coaching KKR forever or whatever. And I know it's happened before. 1980 ice hockey team, very famous here in the States, that won it against the Soviets. And Herb Brooks, their coach, he went on to coach other countries or whatever after that situation. It's happened plenty of times. But, I mean, I'm just saying, if England at some point gets to a World Test Championship and they're facing New Zealand and England wins, you can't tell me there's going to be some people unhappy. Now, New Zealand seems like a very friendly place, so they'll probably all just say, oh, hurrah for McCullum, even though we lost. I don't know. Let me just get to this over real quick, because even the chat, even they can't deny me my due. Khalil Ahmed is bowling like a savage, and Rohit Sharma wants to lose his wicket to him so bad. He's had 4 balls in this over that were like that close to an edge. And then they had this sweet little awesome moment where after one of the ball, and Rohit Sharma just has no idea what's going on. I would love to know what he said. He had an exchange right there with Khalil Ahmed. Nothing bad, all positive. But Khalil Ahmed looks at him, and I'm like, oh, something's going to happen. Rohit says something to make him laugh. Rohit laughs. I would love to hear if he said something like, where have you been all this time? Because I've been talking about Khalil Ahmed forever, and people are now finally starting to realize.
Yeah.
Han says the Kiwis will not cheer for Brendan. But will they hate? Will they hate him?
Well, he'll provide some insider knowledge of New Zealand, because England's test series against New Zealand starts next month in June. So he'll offer some insights on it. But that's the advantage of having an overseas coach, and you're playing against their team that they've played for. So I don't think England will win that series against New Zealand. I don't think it will make any difference. But
that would be a shocker if they did.
If they
still says Khalil Ahmed making his 5 fans proud. Did you read someone I didn't? I didn't know there was 5 of us already. I thought we were up to 3 last time I checked. Woohoo, baby! Welcome to the group. We have 1 for each of the digits on the hand. Let's get to 10. Yeah, Rohit. That's right. I picked him up today, and he's 0 for 8. He wants to lose the wicket so bad. Shardul Thakur is in there bowling there in the 4th over. And Mumbai is chasing at Mumbai standards right now. 4 runs and over. They got 16 runs in the power, and they haven't lost. You would think they would have lost 3 wickets with only 16 runs. They haven't lost any wickets. They're just playing scared. Khalil Ahmed has completely stifled them. Completely. Norkia was a little expensive, that's for sure. There's another dot ball from Thakur. Lord Thakur, excuse me. Not even Aladdin's genie can make Dom Bess or Zach Crawley into cricketers. So good luck, Mr. McCullum. How much of an effect does a coach? I'm not sure what you guys call it in cricket. A coach have on an international team? Like, how much of an effect do they really have? Would you say like they contribute 10% to the team's success? 5%?
Yeah, it's down to the players at the end of the day. It doesn't matter who you have as coach. It's the players that gives you the W's and the losses, not the coach. The coach is there just to prepare the players mentally and physically, and you can ask advice. And then you've got other coaches, batting, bowling, fielding coaches, or whatever. So, yeah, they do have an impact, only a little bit, but it's the players who get the job done at the end of the day.
Do I say O for 0? I wasn't aware I said that. It says, why do you say O for 0 as an alphabet instead of saying 0? I wasn't aware I was saying that. Oh, there's another 6 right there. Anyone but Khalil Ahmed, please. At least Ishan Kishan's showing up today. Jeez Louise. You might be hearing me say no wickets. No, I don't know. I don't think I ever say O. That'd be silly. Depends on personality of the coach.
Yeah. Oh, that as well.
Oh, look at Han Solo. JL turned a bunch of cheating losers into a good team, so the coach is important.
Yeah. Well, he got the team back going again. It's just a bit ugly how it ended, but yeah.
Oh. Yes. I see what you're saying. 0 for 8. Yeah. I do say that. That's fine. That's a baseball term. I didn't realize I was saying it here on the stream. For whatever reason, we say that, fans, people, whatever. If someone is 0 for 3 on the day, which means they got 0 hits on 3 at bats, we say 0 for 3. Yeah. So that's I do say it. There you go. And that's why. Doesn't make any sense, right? But yeah.
Yeah.
And here's Han. He says a lot of people say it. In England, 0 and O are changed around. 101. Yeah, 101, not 101. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I've never really thought about it before. Now, they're saying that there's this hashtag trending on Twitter or something like that, RCB turns blue. And I find that to be kind of stupid because both of these teams' colors are blue. So I mean, when you say RCB turns blue, now Delhi Capitals have a little bit of red to it, but I just think it's kind of funny.
Yeah, they're showing their support for Mumbai tonight, so they're relying on this game to get them into the playoffs.
Isn't that how it is to be an RCB fan? Like, we need so many things to happen, and at the end of the day, if they get to the playoffs, they're going to choke anyways. I mean, I hate to be a Debbie Downer, but I'm just speaking the truth. They're not going to beat LSG in that playoff match. And if they do, I'm going to be the most annoying person of all time, which a lot of you guys didn't think that was possible, but I'm going to be. They have no chance.
Yeah, but it's sort of, they'll be kicking themselves that we lost key games and then we have to rely on tonight's game to get in. So, they've only got themselves to blame if they do get knocked out today.
Appreciate everyone joining us in the chat today. Thank you so much. We are here to witness if Mumbai has some love for the Royal Challengers and to see if they can get them into the... I mean, RCB, they need a lot of help if they can get them into the playoffs. And, I was impressed. RCB beat Gujarat and DC, they're not losing right now, but they're not taking the game, in hand against Mumbai. You're talking about the best team and the worst team, standings-wise. Mitchell Marsh, the guy I made captain, who went down a golden duck, is now bowling. And just watch. He'll get some wickets and ruin Mumbai's dreams here.
Well, I've got him in my fantasy team, but I didn't make him captain. I made David Warner captain, and he didn't do well. And I made Chahal captain. Kuldeep Yadav as vice captain today.
Yeah, that's well, he hasn't bowled yet, so we'll see what happens.
Well, to be honest, it doesn't really matter because I'm in 64th or something in the league or something. So yes.
I was so proud of myself. I was in the top 10, and I was looking like pretty good. I had a good lead against other people, And I've just the last like 2 weeks.
You've just slipped down a bit.
When I say every decision I make, every decision has been disastrous. Han Solo, I already know. You got Unicat and you got Chris Jordan. Chris Jordan, who hasn't played a game all season. He played. He played a few games for CSK. Mitchell Marsh, bowling tough so far in the first 2 balls. Boomer was a monster today. I had him last game, and he did absolutely zilch. He was a monster today. There was one ball I was shocked that Powell was able to get bat on. It was a beautiful Yorker, and Powell, for some reason, was almost like both feet behind the crease, it seemed. It was crazy. He was so far back, and he was just barely able to get the bottom of his bat onto the ball. It was an amazing ball. But then, of course, Powell got out like a few balls later, but Boomer was nasty today.
Yep.
Oof. Mitchell Marsh. Fifth in the league, Baroth. What else is new? You're always in that top 5. Nicely done. Nicely done, my friend. See, this is the thing, guys. In real life, Gabe and I, we can't stand each other. We hate each other so much. We are obligated to interact because of Cricket for Americans and Boring Reviews. So, he's taking a break right now. He needs to get a rest from me. No, I'm just kidding. He's got a really busy day today. He may be back, but he started this off, which I appreciate him, so I can go get some other stuff taken care of. And so I'm going to finish off the stream here. Jack's going to join him for as long as he wants. And Gabe might be back, but if he's not, it's because he's a very busy man. Yeah, it's sad, Baroth, because he's been leading me by 90 points all day. I have 3 or 4 guys going. He forgot his lineup didn't set properly. He's got only 1 guy, no captain, no vice, and I'm still behind him. This is a joke. It's all about my fantasy team, ladies and gentlemen. I know that's why you came and tuned in. All right, back to the match. 5 overs in the power play. 0 wickets lost. Good job, Mumbai. Only 25 runs scored. Boo! Where's the runs at? Gabe, where are the runs at? What's up, Jody? I said Gabe. Jack, where are the runs at?
Well, they're not coming at the moment. That last over went for 1 for Mitchell Marsh, which was a good over. So they need to start going now, Mumbai. Last over the power play. They need to get some momentum here at the moment. 2 off 11 for Rohit Sharma. That's not good. He needs to pick up the pace. Kishan doing okay, 22 of 19. So he's going at a good strike rate, but Rohit Sharma needs to help him out.
Yeah, he's got to do something. If Mumbai doesn't win this, I'm calling it match fixing. So Mumbai match fixes the matches they win and the ones they lose? That's interesting. Grizzly Adams did have a beard, Han Solo.
Oh,
yeah. I don't know why Jody updated that pic. That's a weird looking guy right there. I'm not sure what she's doing.
That's off Happy Gilmore, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, Grizzly Adams did have a beard.
Yeah. Nice. Yeah. Good call.
Happy Gilmore, one of my favorite movies. Grizzly Adams did have a beard. He just popped out from nowhere.
Yes, he does.
Oh, God. A great movie.
It's such a good line. Yes.
Oh.
Is that a wicket? Or did it bounce?
Wicket.
Oh my gosh. Rohit, 2 runs. Well, I was right about Norkia. I was wrong about Rohit. And Mumbai's woes continue.
Yeah.
Rohit's not interested in the least. I mean, he's got stuff to do right now. And it's not cricket.
No. He's got bigger things on his plate. Obviously being captain of India now, so
Yeah,
Pressure on him.
this bodes well. This whole idea. Oh, we destroyed Kohli and overworked him. Let's do the same thing to Rohit Sharma.
Yeah. I can see why they gave the captaincy, being the senior player, and they didn't want to give it to a young player. But
why all formats? I know it's been done for the longest time, but just because it's been done for the longest time, you just destroyed a legend in the game. You literally destroyed him. You can't tell me he wasn't stressed out. And you're doing the same exact thing. Now, I know Rohit's pretty calm. He doesn't look too calm right now or even relaxed. He looks stressed.
Well, it's been a tough season for Mumbai. It's just been a horror show, really. Just bottom of the table and nothing's gone right. Paid all that money for Jofra Archer, and now Jofra Archer's injured and he's probably not going to come back. So their auction strategy was poor as well. It just hasn't gone right, which happens, I'm afraid.
Han Solo, you're out of control. The double deckers prematurely aged him. Oh yes, I had to quit the double deckers. I had to quit temporarily. It's surprisingly there's no nutritional value in those candy bars. So you got Brevis up there. They had the experiment with Stubbs. I'm not sure I don't think he's on the side today. That didn't work out too well. He didn't have much of a chance, but he didn't do anything. So they went back to Brevis. Maybe him and Ishan Kishan can do something. Who knows? Right? Speaking of Happy Gilmore, I'm literally walking my students back to the classroom from lunch. And this girl in my class, she literally says the words to me, "My fingers hurt." And I couldn't help myself. And I said, well, now your back's going to hurt because she's got landscaping duty. And she turns around. She's like, what? And I was like, oh, it's from a movie. It's a hilarious exchange or whatever. Yeah. And this girl behind her, she's like, is that from Happy Gilmore? I was so proud. I did not know kids.
I think my favorite part of Happy Gilmore is the fight with Bob Barker. You're going down, Bob.
You're going down, Bobby.
The price is
wrong.
The
price is wrong.
We can't say the other word on here because it's a family program. But if you've seen Happy Gilmore, it's hilarious. It's just
it's just funny how he returns. Price is right.
Yeah, because that guy keeps calling him names, and the shooter gets that guy, and ticks him off. And
that guy is that actor does such a good job being the annoying guy. I've seen a few other smaller roles, and all I see is the guy from Happy Gilmore.
Yeah.
I wish, Minitium. I wish. I just, I honestly, in my life, probably 95% of what I say when I'm not calling a cricket match, because it's hard to bring that in there, is based off movies or TV shows. Like literally. It's sad. One of my favorite phrases to say, and I say it all the time, whether I mean to or not, is that he took that hard. That's from an episode of Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. It's one of my favorite lines ever. All these things that I say, it just comes from like a random part of a movie that no one knows about. Or dad jokes, yeah. Absolutely.
I guess that's what movies do, I think. You just remember these catchphrases and lines forever.
But isn't it weird how that happens? Like, I think about that. Like, why do some lines stay? Because every movie you watch is going to have at least one or two funny parts, right? Funny lines.
Yeah.
Why is it? Is it because, like, you and your friends just, like, really gravitate to that, and so you just always say it to each other a million times? And then you go and find out, like, you yourself over in Australia also love that Grizzly Adams line. I mean, that's almost like a throwaway line, right? Like, it's such a random thing to say. He actually did have a beard. But it's just so funny. Yeah. Because it's just so random.
Or Crocodile Dundee. Call that a knife.
I love it.
This is a knife.
One
of my favorite movies, Crocodile Dundee, number 1 and number 2. I've seen number 3. It wasn't as good as
garbage.
number 1 and number 2. That was just. But
listen, I'm a teacher, but whenever you bring the kid into it, it never works out. It never works out. A lot of TV shows, they like to try to spice up their series by having a character get pregnant. And that always brings up the ratings. Like, oh, she's pregnant. What's going to happen? But as soon as the kid is born, either the show themselves kind of just forget the fact that they have a kid, or there's just not enough interesting storylines, and so it kind of just bogs down the series. I hate to say it, but that third one's horrible. I was always under the impression that Australians hated Crocodile Dundee because it was offensive and not accurate. I love those first two movies. I'm with you. I watch them all the time.
They're always on repeats. I think they were on like a few months ago. I think they're always on repeats, number 1 and number 2 in Australia. And I just always watch it. I've seen it like a dozen times, but I know every line off by heart. You know, when you watch a movie, you just know the lines. You know, oh, he's going to say this next. You know, you call that a knife. This is a knife. And
now,
when he's fishing in New York City with the dynamite and just chucks it in the police car. Breakfast. These New York fish. It's hilarious.
Or he drops the eggs.
Yeah,
right? He drops the eggs and picks it up and makes sure he gives it to the police
officer. You know, can I eat? Haven't had any breakfast. Or that guy's following him around and he brings him to the toilet and that scene. Yeah. Oh. Yeah.
I
don't make movies like that.
In the second one, where they're with that Leroy Brown character.
Oh yeah.
Guy who's dealing with hot stationery. But there's a line that he says, again, a throwaway line, but me and my family, we just always would repeat it all the time, where he's trying to be cool and the guy's driving and he's kind of mad about it. And he's like, hey, yo, be cool with the clutch, Jack. For some reason, that line we would say all the time.
Yeah, so they're driving to the house to rescue the girl. And he goes in there like, okay, do your Lone Ranger stuff. You know, when he's in the tree. Oh, it's hilarious. Oh, Wally. Exactly. Wally's hilarious as well. You know, trying to be the warrior, but he's not.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a classic Australian movie. You know, everyone in Australia has watched Crocodile Dundee in their life. Number 1 or number 2. You just have to watch it.
I love the part where he looks at his watch in the first one, right? Looks at his watch ahead of her, and then he like looks at the sun. I have 2:30, and he keeps walking, and she checks his watch. Her watch is like, how does he know that?
Well, that favorite when he's got those guys guarding the prisoners or whatever, number 2, and he's like eating the food. He's like, you enjoying that? Nah, needs garlic.
That's another line that me and my family.
That's another line as well.
With everything,
or the last thing.
You enjoying that?
Yeah. Or the last thing. You know, it went to plan until you shot Mick.
Yeah. Good thing you can't shoot, Wall.
Good thing you can't shoot, Wall. If Mick wants to get his clothes back, he has to climb down there and get him.
Yeah. Wait, that's not Mick.
That's not Mick.
Well, it's not.
And he walks out and is like,
That's a great part of the movie. I love the ending of that movie. That's so cool. Thank goodness you can't shoot straight, Wall.
or the buffalo with a
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
as a kid, I would try that with like stray dogs or whatever. That doesn't work at all. But I'm like, oh, I know the secret. No, doesn't work at all.
Only for the movies, you know.
It's
just a legendary movie in Australia, that's for sure.
He takes the boomerang off the limo and he shoots and he slings it. I knew you were tribal.
Tribe? Oh, yeah, it's
what does he say? Like the Harlem Warlords. I knew you were tribal.
Yeah. Tribe? Aren't you tribal? Oh, God.
Those movies are crazy. He's not sure if that one girl's a transvestite, so he checks. So wrong.
Nick, I can see you're a bit, getting too close. Oh God! Oh. You just have to laugh at that. That's.
I actually enjoy Almost an Angel. Paul Hogan's career. It's 33-for-1 right now. This is hard to watch. 7 overs. Mumbai is going to mess us up, I feel. But Paul Hogan's career is quite interesting. He, Crocodile Dundee catapulted this guy. And he was like in his, early 40s? Like he wasn't a young guy when that movie came out. He had his own TV show, I believe, at one point, and all this kind of stuff. Like he had been around, comic, whatnot, actor. But Crocodile Dundee elevated. And the crazy thing is he was nominated for an Academy Award for Crocodile Dundee. That's what's crazy. And his career just skyrocketed, but he wasn't able to sustain it. I like Almost an Angel. I think that's a pretty good movie, but it's very low key. He actually ended up marrying the actress that played the girl in the Crocodile Dundee movies. She was also in Almost an Angel. But he's got a hilarious little set from the Academy Awards in the 1980s on YouTube. If you haven't seen it yet, check it out. He gives advice to all the nominees and how to handle certain situations. It is hilarious. You got to check it out.
Yeah, I think I have that video that we gave the speech. Yeah.
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 Yeah, Linda Kozlowski, exactly.
Mm.
Now Linda Hogan. So we got Brevis at strike. He hasn't been able to do too much. He's picking up right where Rohit left off. A little high for strike rate. But they're playing scared right now. I mean, look at that. He was walking a few steps, almost got run out for crying out loud. I don't know what they're doing. I'm not sure why they think they have all the time in the world. Now, the only good thing is it wasn't like DC was killing it. They had like 50 runs after 8 overs. Yeah. But they're already in the 7th over and they have only 33. Yeah. This is like a slow death right now. This is like torture as an RCB fan.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
So yeah, it is. They got to do something now. And what a shot!
Oh, thank goodness you're ahead of me. Finally, something's
hit that for 6 just to give it away.
All these dots are killing me.
So that's released the pressure in this over because 4 dot balls up until that 6 is just released the pressure slightly.
Oh, that's a low one. Oh, he's lucky he didn't get caught. Woo!
Yeah,
that was a surface dweller right there. Lucky he didn't get caught. Struggled with the curve. Damn for his catching skills.
Oh, he got a hand to it. He just parried it over the rope.
Yeah.
Good effort, though. But much needed 6 runs for Mumbai to end the
he got that like the bottom of the bat, like the bottom half. It was crazy. He's able to muscle that over there. Yeah, that would have been almost an impossible catch right there.
Yeah.
And he ends the over with a single. And they get themselves 40 runs. They've only lost 1 wicket, but I believe at this point, DC was 50 for 4. Mumbai's 40 for 1. Oh, no. Am I following the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial? Not really. I know what's going on there. I know it's a very hot topic on YouTube. Anyone that posts a video on it is getting tons of views, all that kind of stuff, and that's great for them. I've watched a few of the videos. I have no interest in what's going on between them two. But the only thing I'm going to say is I have nothing. I don't hate Amber Heard. Everybody and their brother hates Amber Heard, and I get it. She's not looking too good right now. There was a funny picture of her in her getup, and she looked just like Dr. Evil in his getup, which is hilarious to me. But the one thing I'll say about Amber Heard is I'm such a huge Aquaman, the movie fan, and I liked her role in it. I'm hoping she survives this so she can keep playing that character, but I don't see how that's even possible. Her reputation is just absolutely destroyed at this point. And people, from what I'm hearing, people are shelling out thousands of dollars in plane tickets and travel and whatnot just to like get to the court and meet Johnny Depp. Like his reputation is elevating. Hers is just plummeting. And if she's lying about these accusations, and shame on her, that's just messed up to ruin a guy's career. But it's just, it's so stupid. I'm kind of ashamed that this is like what captivates the world, a trial like this. It's just dumb in my opinion. Are you following it at all, Jack?
I did hear about it, but yeah, just, it's a private matter between the two. So that's all I'll say.
Yeah, a private matter with the cameras involved.
Yes, but, it's their business, so it doesn't really bother me what they do, but yeah.
No, I could care less. Don't worry, Han. It's just Aquaman, that's all. I just care about Aquaman, that's it. I don't think she's the best actress. I don't think she's the worst actress. But I thought she did a fair job in Aquaman. Everything except for that horribly fake red wig. That was so bad. Lawsuits are entertainment in the U.S. only. I hate lawsuits. I hate the idea of lawsuits. I really do. But you're right. It's what gives us such a great and intelligent reputation the rest of the world, that we focus on this kind of nonsense. Axar Patel's bowling, and oh my gosh, I'm surprised, another dot. Gosh. How many balls does it take for an average Mumbai Indian player to get set? About 130. 130, and there's only 120 in the inning, so they're screwed.
Yep. That's single to finish off the 9th over. And I think we're going to have a strategic timeout. The umpire taps his watch. So we're going to have a break for 2.5 minutes.
I'm surprised with you, Jack. You did not call it the See It Tires strategic timeout. You've got to get those sponsors in there, man. I mean, when you listen to the commentary, it's sponsor, blah, 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 blah.
I think some people said it's cringeworthy or something, just listening to the commentators say, oh, he's hit that for... when you say, Nick, I always laugh when you say...
An Unacademy Kraken 6. It's always got to be Kraken. Is Kraken part of Unacademy or Unacademy or whatever that company, that business is? Yeah. Is Kraken a part of it, or is that just theirs? Because everything's a Kraken 6. Okay.
Yeah. Just commentate the game and look... You know, you got advertisement around the ground. You can see the sponsor's name anyway. We don't need to, hear that he's hit an Academy Kraken 6. It's a 6.
Well, and it's like someone's watching the game, someone like 18, 19, they're watching the match, and they hear someone say, Unacademy Kraken 6. And they think, I'm going to go to their website right now. I'm going to see what I can purchase. I got money to blow. Thanks for saying that for that 6. That really reminded me. I mean, come on, really? I can't wait for some sponsor to like sponsor every time they scratch their crotch or something, right? The Panasonic crotch scratch is going on right now. Like, I can't wait for that to happen. That would be awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, but it does get annoying after a while, I can understand you got to do it for the sponsors, but he's hit it for 4 or 6. I don't care if it's a sponsor or not. Just say it's a 6 or a 4. He's hit that for a maximum. Not an Unacademy Kraken 6. It's just... Well, that's the IPL for you.
And I get it. I really do. Business side. I just feel bad for the commentators because they kind of cringe themselves when they have to say it.
Yeah. And it seems unnatural. It's
absolutely unnatural.
Your job is to commentate, not to promote sponsors or whatever. But I understand you have to do that just to be on the good side of the sponsors in the IPL.
Nick, do you think Archer is ever going to play again? Oh, man. I'm typically not a very optimistic person, naturally. Surprise, surprise. But when it comes to a player's career, I am optimistic. And so I'm going to say, yes, I do think he'll play again. I hope. But it's interesting when I hear the conversation. Even you guys were talking about this morning a little bit. Talking about, like, fault. It's England's fault for playing him too much or this or that.
Yeah.
There's a lot of guys that play a lot of sports, right? A lot of guys that play a lot of time in their individual sport. A lot of guys that play a lot of cricket, right?
Yeah.
And a lot of them are bowlers. A lot of them are pace bowlers, all that kind of stuff. It's unfortunate that his body was not able to hold up for whatever reason. Now, if someone like met him in a bar and stabbed him or whatever, and that was the reason why, then that's a different situation. But as far as I know, it's all injuries. And so when you have those, like, it's not anybody's fault unless you knew this guy was a phenom, but he's made of glass. So you've got to be very careful with it. Major League Baseball. So I know no one wants to hear it, but I'm going to say it anyways. In Major League Baseball in the 80s and the 70s, you had these pitchers that would go the entire game. They call it a complete game. It's a stat. You go all 9 innings or all 8 innings, whatever it is. And nowadays, so the average Joe pitcher who no one cared about would get probably 25, 30 complete games in a season. Nowadays, please go. That's an Academy Kraken 6. Or in other words, That scored 6 runs off Kuldeep Yadav. Ooh, went to the deep on Kuldeep. And nowadays, you're lucky if some of your best pitchers will get 3 complete games in a season, right? Because they're trying to protect them. And I think it goes too far sometimes. I really do. There was a pitcher, and his name's escaped me, Strasburg. His very first, this guy was a phenom. Everyone knew it. He came right to the big leagues and automatically was striking everybody out, not giving up runs. This guy was phenomenal. And the team was doing well. He was doing fantastic. And then a month before the season ended, they literally just shut him down. They would not let him pitch anymore. They said he went 100 innings. We have a plan. He's not going to go past 100 innings this season. 200 innings is about average. And so, nice fielding there. Appreciate the extra 3 runs. Woo! Startled to Kerr. But anyways, you can be a little too careful and it still doesn't work out. It hasn't worked out for Strasburg is what I'm trying to say. He's been a fantastic pitcher, but saving him from those extra 30 innings and the team he was with, by the way, did not go far in the playoffs. They may have with him. They rested him a month before the playoffs started and he didn't play in the playoffs and it didn't work out. He still has gotten injured throughout his career. I just think it's too much sometimes, a little too conservative. But with all the money involved, I don't blame them for being ultra conservative.
Yeah.
Yes. Through the hands. Or maybe they're just going to get a hand on it. Wow, they've got like 3 balls in a row where they scored runs, Jack. Woo! The world's upside down.
This is what they needed. A bit of momentum with these sixes and boundaries.
The spammer's back. No, you're not going to get around that one, bub. Come on.
That's a good shot to finish there from Kishan. And he's hit that for a maximum. Good shot there. Mumbai Indians 1 for 62 after 10 overs. 6 here to finish.
Sorry about that. I'm trying to refresh my screen so I can block this person. It's not letting me block him. It's really annoying. They found a way to get over the blockage. Maybe it's blocking your guys' end, but this is annoying. Anyways, a 6 on the final ball. I'm a little late on that one because I'm trying to figure this out, but that is fantastic. Going in the deep. Kuldeep Yadav. That's the new. Ooh, did he hit the car? Oh, he hit the T and Tata. Obliterated it. Now it's just ta. Like what I say when the kids say something interesting, I say ta. It's ta. No longer Tata. You got to change the name because Ish and Kishan just destroyed your brand just like that. I can't believe they named a car after a drink. Punch. What are they doing?
Let's have a look. Oh, yeah, he did. He took the tee off clean off.
Yeah, Tata means something else where I'm from. So he just made it more family appropriate there, taking that tee off, just making it ta. Oh, that is so awesome. Just clear off. I mean, how? That's like a YouTube video. I'm going to take the tee off. Oh, baby. It's like NBA Jam. He's heating up. Oh, man, another 6. Ish and Kishan. I love you.
Well, he's
9, almost 1,000 sixes, Mr. Jack. Almost 1,000 times we've heard Unacademy Kraken.
Oh.
I have the sound off, so I can't hear it right now.
Yeah.
Brevis said that his favorite team was RCB. Why do so many of us fall into that trap? Why do so many of us root for this team that's garbage? There's the ball right there. I love it, though. Need a new ball. Be an RCB fan right now and help us out. No, I know, Nish. I know they are. I'm just giving a hard time. I actually did a video reaction on their global empire. Very, very impressive. I had nothing against Tata. I was just making a joke. That is not a boundary. That's going to be just a single. We avoided the demonic number there of the 666. Thank goodness. It's bad luck. Now we hit a few more sixes since we took care of that. Ishikishin is quickly at 44 for 31. He's got more than half of Mumbai's runs, and they still need to increase that run rate. Their target's 160. They're still 90 away. Gosh. They are still in the thick of the woods.
Yes. Can't afford to lose a wicket here. So,
oh my gosh.
No. Between these two, but they need to put the foot down.
Why would you even say such a thing? David Warner has a nice play right there to prevent the boundary. Gets 2. Ishikishin still on strike. Last ball of the over for Akshar Patel. Nice. Old man Warner. Very nice. And that shot is not too impressive. Right to Warner again. The guy's a vacuum. But Kisher will be back on strike, so that works out. He's 3 away from his 50, which means he'll go out before he gets 50 with my luck. 74 for 1 loss after 11 overs. What do you think? Everyone in the chat, let me know right now. Please and thank you. What are their chances? Does Mumbai have a chance to finish the job? Now even the orange and the purple cap have sponsors. Oh, gosh. What is it, like the orange crush cap? That's what I would make it. And the purple Barney cap. Like, what are the sponsors for the orange and purple caps? I want to know. It better have something to do with the colors. That's all I got to say. It'd be awesome if it was the KKR purple cap. That would be so cool.
It's Armico for the purple cap.
Armico.
Yeah.
Armico orange cap. Does Armico own both the orange and the purple cap?
I think it's the same for both, yeah.
There you go. The Fanta orange cap. That's what I'm talking about. Shahal, you have won the Armico purple cap. How excited are you? Well, I'm glad to get the purple cap. I'm not sure about the rest of what you said. There's a single there. Doesn't it make it more special that it's Armico's purple cap?
Oh, dear. That's all I'm going to say. Oh, dear.
What did I say? What did I say? What did I say? He won't get to 50 because he can't help himself.
Yep. Oh, Ishan Kishan, what were you doing? The big slog sweep. Didn't quite get that, and David Warner takes an easy catch.
You know,
oh dear.
This is what's frustrating right here. This is what's frustrating is I used to enjoy the novelty of the Rishabh Pants and the Ishan Kishans of the world, right? But not anymore. Stop going to the Rishabh Pant school for batting. It does not work out. You don't have to hit a 6 on every single ball you get. You don't. The 6s are going to come if you know how to hit them, if you have the ability to. Most cricketers do. You don't have to get it every single time. And more times than not, you're going to get got. Now, hopefully Tilak Varma can waste no time, but so far it's been a slow wicket. All these batters have taken forever to get set. They've all hit a wall. That is the last thing that could have happened. And like I said, he's not going to get to 50. Gosh. Yeah, Barath, I heard that, but I hate the Dodgers, so I don't care.
Yeah, he just gets that rush of blood, Nishan Kishan, through his head. Once he hits a big shot for 6, then he has to go for more. It's sort of reckless cricket. I hate that too.
But it's the dumbest cricket of all time. It
Yeah,
really, really is. I seen it help Rishabh Pant once, and that was against Australia at the Gabba. Yeah. And that was a beautiful thing to watch. But it's the dumbest way to go. I saw on the previous match before this one, Rishabh Pant was 1 for 1. Then he got a 6. And then he got out on the very next ball, just like that, because he's trying to hit it every single time.
He got away with that.
You've got to stop with your sounds over there. I swear. You're ahead of me, and I do not know what that means.
Well, you'll find out in a minute.
Yep.
No, trust me, Nick.
Oh my gosh!
It's good. He dropped it. Rishabh Pant dropped it.
Oh my gosh!
And he dropped it. He got away with that one. He was in and then out. Oh, butterfingers.
I'm telling you, those gloves don't help when it comes to catches the wicket keepers. I'm telling you, it just doesn't. For some reason, it does not work. I've seen that too many times.
It looked like he was snatching at the ball. You have to give with the ball. It seemed to me he was snatching at that Rishabh.
His hands were closed like this before the ball got there. Like he timed it really bad.
You just have to give with the ball. Let the ball come to you and give with the hands. But it seemed like he was snatching at that.
Oh, this is a great comment. You just dropped the playoff spot, Pont. I don't think so. I got Delhi Capitals winning this. I do. I think they're going to be able to. They have really good bowling. And Norkie, I believe, still has 2 more overs. The Nightmare and Kuldeep Yadav still has 1 or 2 overs left. So, I mean, I think Delhi Capitals is going to take this home. But that hurts because that would have definitely – I mean, you got both guys gone from that partnership within 1 over.
Yeah.
Nick, how about recruiting Chris Wokes to Mumbai? You don't have to even try to convince me on that one. I'm sold already. Let's do it. Let's make it happen. Free agent, baby. Oh, that's going to be a 6. Thank you, Pot. Thank you so much. He's losing students at the School of Batting, and he's definitely losing students at the Pont School of Catching.
Yeah, it's never nice when you drop someone and then they hit a 6. He'll be counting the runs now, Rishabh Pant. That Brevis scores. He hopes it's not too many, though.
You know what I think of when I see that 6? I think of the word cracking. That was definitely cracking.
Yep.
Yeah, Pont, that sucks. Yeah, and now Pants Matt Axar Patel. If you would have caught the ball, this wouldn't have happened. There you go, Brevis. That's what I'm talking about. You can't slog everything. That's what I'm talking about. Patience. Have patience, my friend. Patience is a virtue. Now, this is my question to you.
Yep.
I understand each fielder wants to have their space bubble so no one distracts them from catching it.
Yeah.
But you got Kuldeep Yadav right there, right? And he stops well beforehand. Why not, just in the event that it pops out of the glove, why not be a few steps closer so you can catch that rebound,
Well, just in case you don't want a collision, like if 2 fielders go for the catch, and that's happened many times in cricket where you say mine.
But this situation, I mean, they're both set, right? I mean, they're both stopped, right?
Yeah.
I'm not saying like hit the guy, but just a little bit closer.
Well, obviously they don't want to get too close for a collision just in case, but I understand what you're trying to say there, Nick. He could have gotten a bit closer and got the rebound, but he thought, I'm going to pull out here because it's Part's catch. He's got the gloves, and usually you catch them. Unfortunately, on this occasion, he didn't. So that's why he pulled out a little bit there. But, yeah.
They said the previous commentators used to say, yes, bank maximum.
Mm,
oh, that's even worse.
Yeah.
That's much worse. That is much worse. Oh, man. Yes, bank maximum. They cover the microphone. Doesn't even make any sense. Just say it. Okay. I would have said something like, take that to the yes bank or something like that. I don't know. Yes bank maximum. Come on. Ooh, they're going to steal a run on that one. Nice. Close, but nice. I just don't understand. If the match doesn't go as per your thoughts, is it a suspicious match? No. I am not a controversy or conspiracy theory type person, conspiracy theorist. I'm not. If it doesn't go, it doesn't surprise me because Mumbai is in the 10th spot for a reason. I mean, they don't have a strong team. They haven't been able to bat in the clutch in 2 seasons now. So if it doesn't go the way I want it to go, it just didn't go the way I want it to go. I don't think DC is a good squad, and not just because they're in this do or die match. I don't think RCB is a good squad. I don't. I have questions about LSG. I have questions about Rajasthan. I think Gujarat they have obvious weaknesses, but it doesn't seem to be affecting them. They don't play into those weaknesses. So I still have Rajasthan win the whole thing because that was my preseason prediction. But I'm just not into the whole match fixing thing.
Yeah.
You just have too much to lose.
Yeah.
And what does Mumbai have to gain from if they're part of match fixing this? What do they have to gain? They're not going to the playoffs. This isn't a finals match trying to win it all. What would they have to gain? And they have everything to lose. 2-year suspension, maybe lose the franchise. It's just asinine to think that. Yeah, I didn't think there was a chance there for that, Barath. CSK, unfortunately, will not be the worst team in the league. It'll be Mumbai, regardless of what happens in this match. 71 runs off 40 balls. Can they do it, Jack?
Well, they need these two to go deep. Get the majority of these runs, can't afford to lose a wicket. So
give me a yes or give me a no. Will they do it?
Well, I think the Capitals. have got this. Yeah. Given how Mumbai's been playing and their batting in recent times, so if you're a Mumbai Indians supporter, I don't think you'll be confident that they can get the 69 runs off 38 balls. They can do it, but given their batting, it's been a bit shaky. So DC all the way, I think.
Shatil says just 2 overs away from the Swiggy Instamart Fast 5. Order your chips, dips during this phase, Nick. I do kind of like that, though, because I like snacks. So you're going to remind me to get some snacks? This is I'm going to run down the Swiggy Mart. Rather go to the Quickie Mart, actually. There's a dot right there. Come on. Runs. Do you know what runs are? The Mumbai fans have been lulled to sleep. David Miller. I think that's David Miller. I get the Millers mixed up. Is ready and willing and able to go out for a duck, but it's not his turn yet. And there's a single. No, not Miller. Tim David. I get the Davids mixed up. I knew there was some I got mixed up with those guys.
Yeah,
No, I understand. Usually it's sarcasm. Sorry, Jack.
Yeah, that's right. Tim David, he's a promising talent, up and coming. So hopefully we could see him in Australian colours sometime in the near future, I think.
How dare you? You don't want Singapore to have any players?
Well, he now lives in Australia, so he has played for Singapore, but I think he wants to play for Australia. So he's got two options: play for Singapore, play for Australia. So that's at least he's got his options open.
I mean, if those are the options, it seems like a pretty easy decision. I've always wondered though, because you have college athletes and scholarships and whatnot. I've always wondered, like, if I got I'm not an athlete, but if I got a scholarship to a lower athletic school who has a team, but they're not going to be expected to do too much. Wouldn't I rather be the best player on that team than just an okay player at a Division I team? Because if you're the best player on that team and you're like heads and shoulders above everyone else, you're not going to get the same kind of TV attention, but you're going to get attention regardless. They're going to be curious. They're going to wonder, like, oh man, is he really this good? Or is it just because the competition is not that great? I mean, can anyone name any other players from Singapore cricket?
Well, he's the main one, obviously, because he's playing in the IPL.
I think I stumped Jack.
Yeah, you stumped me there, Nick. No, I can't think of any other players from Singapore. Only Tim David. But good to see Singapore playing cricket. It's good to see other countries getting involved in the game, which is good.
Absolutely. You had Swiggy Instamart fastest delivery in the match too. My gosh. You got the shirts, you got the helmets, you got the stadiums, you got the walls, all sponsored up. Like, does the IPL make half of their money off just these little stickers and tags and names of everything that happens? I want to know how much money they're making off these sponsors, because that would be interesting to find out.
It would be a lot of money, I think.
You think so? Like, just to say, we're going to call it the Swiggy Instamart fastest delivery of the match. How much money do you think they're paying just for that?
I wouldn't have a clue. Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, would it be like $1,000 every time they say it? $10,000 every time they say it? $50,000 for the whole season?
I don't know. They must have some sort of agreement or something in their deals or whatever before the IPL starts.
And then not just that, but where does the money go? Right? So you got Nokia with the Swiggy Instamart fastest delivery of the match. Does he get a percentage of that since he's the guy that did it? Or is it just the IPL runners are just like, thank you. We'll all split it so many ways.
Yeah.
Few $1 million. Jeez.
Yeah. You might want to turn away now, Nick.
I've wanted to turn away all season, buddy.
Yeah, but that's...
How do you hit that to the stump? Like, how do you do that? Are you kidding me right now? Is there some greater force working here?
Well, may have got a bit of bat on that as he was in the swing, and then the ball came and got the edge of the bat, chopped it on, or he just missed it altogether and got clean bowled, which...
No, he hit it. He hit it, and the ball whipped to the stump.
Yeah, well, that just happens. You know, get an inside edge or something, just always goes back onto the stumps.
That is unfortunate. And then there's a timeout. All right, we're calling it. We're calling it. 10:18 Pacific Coast time. It is, this is over, ladies and gentlemen. Delhi Capitals, the most boring team in the league, have made it to the playoffs. And RCB is out. It's official. I've called it. They're dead. Dead in the water.
put a line through them. You can cross them out there. They're not going to
They're
go to
done.
the playoffs, I'm afraid, RCB. Mumbai Indians only had to do one thing in this game today, and they let them down. Is that a surprise? Not really.
No, they had him 50 for 4, and they weren't able. They allowed him another 109 runs. Gosh, yes, they will be thrashed. I absolutely agree. Absolutely agree with that. They're going to be destroyed. Watch, they're going to go on to win the entire thing. So as we're waiting for this next ball to be thrown during the strategic timeout, let's look at some stats, shall we? Let's look at all of your favorites. So as far as batting, orange cap, no surprise. At least we're at the playoffs. Okay, KL Rahul can actually pass up Josh Butler. Josh Butler can keep, even if he doesn't keep losing his wicket early. But he's got a very healthy lead right there. As far as the purple cap goes, you still have Chahal there with 26 wickets. He started off with so many wickets. I thought he was on pace for like 40, but he's come back down to earth. Hasaranga, who's not going to be in the playoffs, will not have a chance to catch him. Rabada will not have a chance to catch him. Kuldeep Yadav has, if this is updated, has 21 now. He's 5 behind. It would be a tall order for him to catch it, so you can almost more than give that to Chahal. Congratulations, Chahal. And he's going to play at least 2 matches regardless, because they have the elimination match, and then they have, if wherever they go from there, the second match. So huge comeback season for Chahal. RCB could have used those 26 wickets, but whatever. As far as MVP goes, this is tough, because do you want to give an MVP to a player who was dominant for the first half but did nothing the second half? What do you think, Jack? Because right now, Josh Butler is still the leading vote getter. I would actually give the edge to an Andre Russell personally. But according to points, Butler's ahead by 6.
Well, if that's how they do it, then he'll be decided the winner then, if they do it on points or whatever. I think that they've always done it like that in the IPL. But they should do it with votes or something like that. It'd be much easier than points.
I don't know how they factor the points. Is it fantasy points? Honestly,
it's probably heavy runs. It's sort of like fantasy, probably. I don't know. Heavy runs, the impact catches or whatever. That's how they decide the points. But do it with votes. I think it's much easier than points, because it gets complicated and stuff. So anyway.
As far as the emerging player goes, unless I'm mistaken, Tilak Varma has the most runs for the emerging players that are qualified with 381. And that's fantastic. But I am more impressed, like Gabe had said earlier, with Umran Malik. He's number 5 in wickets. He's got 21, just like Kuldeep Yadav. I would easily have to give it to him. Easily. But what do you guys think? Who's going to be emerging player in your opinion? I think it's got to be Malik.
Yeah. It could be him. Could be him. He's done pretty well on this IPL, Malik. Whoa. Yeah, that's a brilliant way to go from Tim David.
You're killing me.
Nah, it's good, Nick. It's good.
You're killing me with your reactions here.
I am ahead a little bit, but wow, that's what a shot.
Holy cow. That might have hit the stratosphere just for a second. Jeez Louise. Now they just need 53 runs off 30 balls. Well, unless that already updated. 59
Tim
runs.
David, he is known to get teams over the line, so, or is it a little bit too late?
Tripathi, I don't think he's an emerging player. He's been around for a little while. If that's why you're commenting that. 50 in the chat. Thank you so much for joining us for the end of this match. Don't forget to like and subscribe. We just got to 15,000, I hear, which is fantastic. If you're one of those 15,000, we appreciate you more than you know.
That's not bad. I have 15,000 runs. It's pretty good.
Yeah, that's not too shabby at all.
I've only got 329 runs, so we're getting up steadily. We're picking off the singles every now and again.
It's been slow going. I'm not going to lie. The last little while, I'm not complaining. Just an observation. It can be tough sometimes, but just got to keep trudging along.
Yep.
It is kind of a slow season too for cricket because you have the IPL and it's fun and I love it. But if you're not into the IPL and you're more into international cricket, you're kind of just, chilling right now.
Yeah. Yeah. Sort of like with me really, because Australia doesn't play until next month in Sri Lanka, June, July for ODIs and T20s and test matches. So I'm looking forward to that. I think we're a real...
Didn't they just play Sri Lanka in Australia not too long ago?
Yeah, that was only for 5 T20s, but this is the full tour of Sri Lanka this time around. So we haven't been back there since 2016. So I'm confident that we can win the test series, and that's the more important series. The ODIs and T20s will take care of themselves, but we win that test series, more points, WTC. I'm pretty happy where Australia's well placed at the moment in first place. So
don't worry, they'll choke.
I hope not. I hope not, because after this test series, we've got the West Indies for the home summer and South Africa, and then we've got India in the new year. So it's going to be interesting to see how those series go for Australia, but I'm confident, but nothing's certain. But we have to wait and see what happens.
They need more than 2 runs a ball in this death period here. I'm not calling it the other thing. And Tilak Varma's on strike. Looks like Nortje is bowling, and that's a dot right there for the third ball of the over. I mean, is Mumbai even trying to score runs right now? I can't tell. Are they even interested in this match?
Well, I think Verma's got some other ideas there, Nick. Because he's just hit another 6.
Just as I say it.
Well.
Oh, that's a nice one right there.
Yep.
I better see like 5 more 6s in the next 6 balls, pal. Before I get excited. 51 off 26.
Yep. You need a few more. But, anything can happen. Anything can happen. It's not over until the last ball. The last over's being bowled. So, even though we said that, probably out of it, but you never know.
I got to correct myself. I think that one was more of a cracking than the other one that I saw. That was more of the prototypical cracking. Man, Nortje takes forever between balls.
Yeah. A T20 match should go for 3 hours, not 4 hours. The over rates are very shocking.
This is like the filibuster right here.
Oh. Especially with these timeouts. Do we really need 2.5 minutes? I don't think so.
No.
Let's just get the 20 overs bowled in the quickest possible time.
There you go.
Well, is it that hard to do? It seems to be for some teams. They can't bowl their overs. Same in international cricket with test matches. That's shocking. You play 6 hours for a test match, then you play an extra half an hour. So it's 6.5, 7 hours.
Ooh, they decided to review that. I mean, I guess why not? I think they still have both their reviews left, but wow.
Yeah, they just thought, well, why not? We'll just review it, but it's way outside leg. So it's just a review and hope. Poor review there from the Capitals. Yeah, way outside leg.
It's easy, Delhi Capitals. You have this match in hand. Just bowl. Just bowl. Don't worry about, trying to be desperate here or there. Just bowl.
Well, they didn't review a previous decision that was out in this innings. There was one ball that the batsman edged it, but they didn't go upstairs for the review. So I just thought, well, we made that same mistake. We might as well not make it twice. So we'll just go upstairs for the review. But
yeah, but let's do it on a good call, maybe.
Mm.
The funny thing is, Norkia had no idea that there was a review going on. He's just going through his typical slow process, ready to bowl the next ball. It's like, oh, we're reviewing it. Cool. Here comes the final ball of the 16th over. And get there, get there, get there, get there. Oh, yes.
He giveth.
Oh, does he giveth? I love it. He stopped it, and his other hand, unfortunately, knocked it back to the boundary.
Yeah. It's not nice.
They still need 46 off 24.
Yeah.
Let's update the score. It's a little higher than what it says right there. Could you imagine if it was a super over?
I thought the other night was going to be a super over between
I know
the Night Riders and the Super Giants. That's
I was watching most of that. Like, I mean, every day I always kind of have it like on my desk in the corner, and I'll go back and check every once in a while. But I was the students were doing something that took some time.
Yeah,
I was watching most of that death right there. That was so exciting.
Yeah, it was.
Oh gosh. Here's Khalil Ahmed. Now they're definitely done.
Well, what can they do? 46.
Trying to think, was it the 16th over when DC had like those 20 runs and they got to like 125 or some nonsense?
I think it was. Oh, what a shot! How's he hit that for 4?
Spoiler alert!
Oh, sorry, Nick. But it's 4. It's good. It's good. It's a boundary.
You have a T-shirt that says, "Don't talk to me. I'll spoil it for you."
Well,
oh my gosh! It's like he was like in the war zone, trying to duck and cover. I might as well get some runs off it while I'm falling down. That was interesting, but I'll take it.
Well, he knew where the field was, so he can place it in the gap and get 4 runs. That's the main thing. Doesn't matter how you get them, at least you get them. Goes down as 4.
As long as you're not Kane Williamson trying that.
Oh yeah, good. Yeah. He hasn't had a great IPL game.
No, he hasn't.
But he'll be hoping to do well for New Zealand in the Test matches against England.
Is that Shane Watson I see there on the coaching bench for the Delhi Capitals?
He's the coach for Delhi this season.
Nice.
Otto.
Varman David. Looks like Varman might be a little set here already with just 11 balls. He's got 17 runs. They're going to need it. 42 runs off 23 balls. And that little dribbler is not going to do much. Get him a single. You're going to put Tim David back on strike. The pride of Singapore and the future Australian player as he was snaked away from Singapore. Tim David is on strike. See, if I was Tim David, I would join Australia, win myself a World Cup, and then go back to Singapore and be like, okay, I got my hardware. Now I can play for my countrymen.
Yeah. Oh.
You know, the cameraman was doing so good focusing on men and women, but now just going for the women. You were on the right track, bub. 41 runs on 22 balls. Singapore's greatest export. I love it. Oh, nice. Oh, that was a screamer. Oh, my goodness gracious. He tattooed that ball. It's got the imprint of his bat on it. And Khalil Ahmed is flummoxed. He's literally flummoxed right now. Say what?
That's what he can do. He's done it for the Hobart Hurricanes in the Big Bash. He's done it for other teams around the world. So
I didn't know the Hobart Hurricanes were still in existence. I thought they closed that team down.
well, they're still around. Yeah, they had a mixed season in this BBL. That's just gone. But
remember, I'm a Mumbai fan, so it's all good. I'm just messing. 36 for 20. It's a tad more doable. I would love, and I know this is stupid and obvious, I would love for 2 6s here in the final 2 balls. That would just make things oh so sweet.
Yeah.
Let's get at least 1 6. I'm calling it 1 6 on these 2 balls. Rashad Pont is doing his captaining. He's saying, hey, bowler, I don't care your name. Don't throw a 6, okay? That's his advice right now.
Yeah. Well, they've been a bit sloppy in the field, the Capitals. Just having a look at the replay of the fielding. It's been a bit sloppy. Leaking those runs.
I mean, that was the curve for the 6. That was tough.
Yeah, that was tough. But the knock-ons and that, you should stop them, really. But the one with the 6, yeah, they either stick or they don't. Those.
They're just showing the curve, though. That's hilarious.
Oh.
Sloppy in the field. And don't say what it is. But from your reaction, I can't tell if that means a wicket or a 6 or a 4. I wanted a 6, so let's see if I still haven't seen the ball yet. Here comes the ball. And, oh, I got my 6, baby. Woo! Oh, that was right. That was right. Woo! I wonder if he could have ran that down instead of trying to go for that dive. Oh, David Warner. Oh, David Warner. Man alive. He's flying. The Flying Dutchman. Hey, I'm from Australia. Yeah, he could have run that down. Good effort, but you're not going to get that one. Very nice. Yes. Jay's a fan. Come on, Kryptonite. Yes. I love it. And just as he says it, no, get out of here. Go. Why are you doing? Oh, no.
Am I going to be right? Am I going to be right? Am I the guy who said that RCB was going to get in when all the non-believers said no way? When everybody was...
You have a 50-50 chance, bub.
SRH, everybody was riding the SRH hype train, and we are now literally 3 overs away. 29 runs, 18 balls left. We got what is it? Tilak Barma and Tim David trying to get RCB.
Why are you showing up, Mush? Get out of here. Tear up the tickets. Tear them up. We're out of here.
He said, tear up the tickets. Tear up the tickets. It's bad. Oh, Nick, it's bad for you regardless, because you'll never hear the end of it, because I called RCB getting in if RCB gets in, and if not, then oh well. So look.
Hey, who did you call winning the entire thing?
Who did I call? Was it LSG? I can't remember.
No, Delhi Capitals.
No. But at the mid-season, when everybody was on SRH, who did I say was not going to make it?
Who did I call before the season? Who did I call before the season?
You did call Rajasthan. Very early.
Take that.
Early.
And since I still have a chance, we're counting the early season ones. Dr. Jihan with the super chat here. I'm sorry. How is Tim David being ignored for the Australian World Cup squad? I'd play him ahead of Steve Smith. Also, maybe Sam deserves a chance. Ooh, I like Dr. Jihan. He's jumping on the IPL trade for selection. Yes, baby.
Wait. I'm not ignoring it, Magic. 10115. That's how. 10115. He said, you literally said Mumbai can't chase 160 without Sky and Pollard.
Oh, thank goodness that dropped. Why did he stop running? He could have got that.
Oh, man.
Oh, Axar Patel. He's not going to sacrifice that property for a couple of stiffs. Oh man.
10115. That's how.
You showed up, and so far they've gotten singles and dots. Thanks a lot, Gabe. I really appreciate your nonsense here. And you're gonna show up with a Knicks jersey? When has that ever brought you luck, Gabe? When? Oh yeah, he conveniently is talking to someone as I ask him a very good question.
Sorry, I gotta go run. I gotta run and go grab something real quick. What did you need?
Why would you show up when they're finally hitting boundaries with a Knicks jersey
I had to
on?
get my head shaved. I'm doing all kinds of stuff, ripping and running. I'm about to get my daughter's makeup right now and take it downstairs because she's going to the makeup artist. But I had to come in, jump in, and say once again, I was right. RCB gets in. All you RCB non-believers, all you Coley haters.
And there's a wicket right there. There's a wicket right. That's a 6. Ooh, that's a 6. I thought that was going straight up for a can of corn.
Yeah.
Non-believer, Nick. You non-believer. You don't believe in Mumbai or RCB.
You know how I am. You know how negative I am. Gabe, go get the makeup. Get out of here. You're driving me nuts. I'm so scared of his mush powers. Gabe, we love you, but you can't do this right now.
What is going on? Tim David.
Oh, he's auditioning.
Oh, he is. He's making a good case of it.
I don't want anything to mess up my Bangalore chances here. I don't want anything to mess it up. Get Gabe out of here. Get Jack's reactions out of here. Thanks for joining us. We're finishing up this match. Can RCB get in? Tim David, I think that's far enough. It's hard to see the straight shot. It's sailing. Oh my gosh, you're not acrobatic enough. That's 3 times we've seen them right on the edge. I don't think he would have had a prayer to be able to get that back into the fair territory, if you will. But 3 times. Oh my gosh.
What is going on?
Does he have 34 runs on 10 balls? Am I seeing that right?
Yeah, it's 34 of 10. Yeah.
Oh, David, Powell sacrifices life and limb. Punt. Oh, your team is falling apart. You had it in the bag. Don't mess it up.
Oh.
Come on, Tim David. And he swings at that, but Pat can't even get control of it. It's a wide. All right, we'll take that. 15 off 14. Slap hands! Slap hands! Woo! Oh, baby. Let's do this. No. Comment section. Don't. Oh, why you got to ruin my fun, comment section? Why you got to ruin it? Why you got to spoil things for me? Why does life have to go such a way? They don't have anyone else. Not Tim David. Oh, you got on that one, really?
Got the leading edge and
down
the fielder's throat. Pretty sure takes the catch.
This is what happened when Gabe makes a presence, makes an appearance. Excuse me. This is exactly what happens. That is a direct result of Gabe. What was he trying to do with that?
Oh, he was trying to hit it on the leg side, but just got the leading edge there and went to the offside instead.
They got Daniel Sams. He can hit 6s. Okay. Come on, Daniel Sams.
Well, they haven't sent him in. They've sent in Ramdeep, not Daniel Sams.
No, don't you dare say that.
They have. I'm not joking.
Was Daniel Sams too good? Is Rohit Sharma too distracted with the subs, with the sandwiches or something like that? What's going on? Why are you bringing in Ramen Deep? He better put the deep in deep. I'm telling you right now. If he goes for like a low strike rate, I'm going to lose my mind.
Well,
me too.
This is going to go down to the wire, I think. It's going to go down to the last over now. 15 or 13, they've done well to come back. So interesting move.
That's why you need me. The minute I leave him, Tim David goes.
No, you came in and you started the bad mojo.
You bad mojo. When I was here, all I saw was 6 and 6. It's raining 6s.
No, literally, when you left, they hit 2 6s. After you left,
15 off 13, we can definitely get it done. Let's go! I want RCB in so I can say once again.
I love that you're rooting for Mumbai against DC. I love how quickly you turn it.
I need to be right, Nick. I need to be right. I need validation in my life. Let me tell you, I need validation in my life. This is when it gets serious, Jack. Oh, I turned the hat backwards. That's when it gets serious.
Gabe, you called for RCB when they were 5-2. When they were comfortably up there. Was that really that big of a deal? You actually had RCB in our preseason prediction, and then you changed it last minute.
10115.
So you got to stop being so proud of yourself.
10115. You were right. I had RCB in the preseason predictor. And then everybody got on Robbie.
No.
The whole world got on
We recorded and you changed it on the dime.
Robbie, the whole world got on the SRH 5 hype train after 5 in a row. But you know what I said? They don't have enough. They don't have enough, and they didn't have enough. And this guy said it here.
That is something you did say, yes. But the RCB really, when they are 5-2, stop it.
No credit for that one.
No. I swear, if they don't chase this down, if they don't chase this down, Gabe, I'm telling you right now.
Oh, dude, this is so exciting. This is so exciting.
This is crazy.
It is. Now they come back. Why is this happening?
This is why America needs cricket. This is why we need cricket.
Yeah. They've got this now.
12 off, 14 off 12. Oh, there's a boundary! There's a boundary! Doma! Oh my gosh. Oh, Nick. Oh, Nick, it's a 4. It's a 4 from Mr. Randeep.
I'll take it. I'll take it.
Nice little cover drive there.
Yeah, it's a good shot. Ricky Ponting not happy, just throwing the hands up on the bench. He's not happy. The coach.
I was gonna say, where's Renil? Because people are calling for super over.
That would be good if we have a super over. But I'm hoping RCB are hoping that Mumbai just win outright. That's all we need you to do.
No super over. No. Ramandeep, come on. Come on, Ramandeep. You got man and deep in your name. Come on, make it happen.
That's going to be just a single. They'd be crazy to take 2 there.
Take 2. No take way.
2. He better Uber home. Wow, they're killing Pat. Pat is going to get the molly. Guys, I told you, Pat's captaincy is suspect, man. Honestly, not just.
Well, he also dropped a sitter, too.
Oh, come on, bro. Don't talk to me about drops. Don't talk to me about drops. Jadeja dropped like 6 sitters this year. 6 of them.
Gabe, gosh. If he would have caught them all, it wouldn't have mattered.
Wow, bro. That's just brutal. You know,
how come CSK fans can't come to grips? I've come to grips with Mumbai all year long. I knew they weren't going to go to the playoffs. I knew they weren't going to do too much. Was I wrong? No.
No, it's on the chat's on fire. 64 the chat, guys. Like and subscribe. Dude, they saying Pat took the money. That's insane.
Oh, there was a fielder right there. Nice. Only 1 run. This is so.
Look at Jay. He's like, shut up, Gabe. Shut up. I can see it right now. Come on, Kryptonite.
Just sip it.
Chatil says Pat took the cash, Gabe. How big was that bag from Ambani? Like, you can see it right now, like a back.
What does the Mumbai Indians have to benefit? They're going to be in last place anyways.
Oh my gosh.
Jeez.
Why that shot?
No! Yes! RCB! RCB! And that hit the boundary. That hit the pad.
I'm pretty sure that hit the boundary. I think that's 4.
Swat the fly.
That's got to be a 4.
Swat it.
Oh, wow. Jihan, you showed us mad love today with the super chats, Jihan, but I can't allow this. Jadeja took the money, definitely. How many catches did he drop this season?
I think he saved that. I think he saved that boundary.
But look,
Swat the fly.
Looking at it, I think he saved it. It's close, but I think he's done well.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Wow.
I think you're right.
Done well. Good piece of fielding there, DC. The fielding's been poor tonight. But when they needed it, they delivered. And
Isn't that crazy how he swatted that like 10 feet in front of him and he still had to get it again? That ball wanted that boundary so bad.
That is hilarious. I'm loving this. I'm loving this. I'm money making Delhi rich. He's like,
Saganisha, Nick, I'm pissed. DC can't do anything right. It's not over yet. They gotta get 5 runs. This is Mumbai after all. But yeah, your DC is very disappointing this year.
8 balls, Nick. If you can't get 5 balls and 5 runs and 8 balls.
Gabe, you have not been a Mumbai fan the last 2 years. You shut your mouth.
There's a wicket.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, yep.
There's a wicket.
What'd I say, Gabe?
Just as I say it.
What'd I say? You got to get out of here. Just go. Just go. You have the rest of the day off. It's okay. Go.
Oh, my gosh.
What was he doing there?
Oh, he's trying to glide it.
Bat even touch.
Some sort of glide shot there. I didn't mean to do that, Verma.
I would review it.
He's gone. So you need 5 runs off at 7 balls. Yeah, he's like, why were you even looking? Give the finger. What are you doing? Oh, it's so exciting.
This is intense now.
Daniel Sams to the rescue. Oh, Daniel Sams.
I don't care who it is. I need someone to the rescue.
What was the umpire waiting for? Exactly.
He wasn't paying attention.
And this is the best part about the new rule, Nick. Now the new ball, the new batsman has to face. There's no running across the street.
That's okay. All Sams does is get out or hit 6s. That's all he does. We just need 1 6 and 7 balls. I like my chances, but I'm not going to say anything because I'm still so nervous. Come on, Kryptonite.
Is that what?
Come on, Kryptonite.
Nick's got a fidget ball. He's like, come on, Kryptonite.
Oh, what's going on in the last over now?
There's a waste of the ball.
Dot ball there.
Someone's got a bowl.
That was smart though by Sams. That was smart by Sams. That ball, it's okay because now you rotate the strike and you give it to the guy who's been out there the longest. Instead of risking getting
He hasn't been out that long. 4 balls, Gabe.
It's better than Sams at nothing. What an exciting game.
Someone's got to bowl a Marcus Stoinis over here.
This is not exciting. This is painful. This is excruciating. This is torture. Literally, all you need is 1 6, and you finish it, and they're going to take it to the very end.
Who's going to bowl? Who do you get the last over to?
Better not be Khalil Ahmed. That would be the most poetic
Khalil
justice
Ahmed?
ever.
The Lord, maybe? The core? Does he have any overs?
No, it's Khalil. It's Khalil. He's got the ball.
Yep.
It's Khalil Ahmed. Oh, my gosh.
He's got a bowl of Marcus Stoinis over here.
Marcus Stoinis had a magnificent. Oh my gosh.
1 6. Is that all I need? Exactly, Jihan. You need Chris Wokes. It would have been over by now. Khalil Ahmed is still Chris Wokes like. They're very similar.
The last over. That's interesting. That is interesting. That can't take the bag. Just saying.
I'm ignoring the chat. I'm ignoring everyone else. I am just watching this right now. I am losing my mind. I'm so stressed out right now.
To be fair, Khalil Ahmed has been the most economical. But that was a huge wicket there by Norkia. Because if not,
I'll take it
already.
He's my vice captain. I'll take that wicket.
All right. Let's see what happens.
Oh.
This right here is basically the season for RCB. Mumbai season rests on
You
our.
think?
I love
you
it.
think?
I love it. I love
You just
it.
come to that conclusion?
What was that? No ball over
That's
his
a no
head,
ball.
dude.
Hey,
Over his head.
Khalil Ahmed doing Khalil Ahmed things. Come on.
Khalil Ahmed took the bag. That's a free hit. Now you.
Yep.
That's a free hit. Now you can do anything. Just don't get run out on a free hit.
Yep.
Wow.
It's an extra run, an extra delivery.
Oh man, Khalil Ahmed took the bag. Someone investigate him.
Oh.
Let's see what happens here.
All right.
Next ball.
Here we go. Do something on the free hit. Do something, I tell you.
And it doesn't exactly. Oh, almost a 6, but it's a 4.
It's over, baby. It's over. RCB. RCB. Yes. 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 Take that, DC fans. Take that, Gabe from 2 months ago. Take that, everybody.
Wow.
RCB.
Wow.
Listen to this, Gabe. Here it is. Here's the prediction. You ready for this? RCB, they're going to lose their first match.
You're just so negative.
Am I wrong? My eyes have seen it the last 2 years now, but I will say, my mistress 3 times in a row. Has your mistress done that? No. You know what's crazy, Gabe? Both of our wives in the IPL, they've won a championship and they've gotten to the bottom twice.
Disappointing, Nick.
How bad are we as far as fans to our teams? We've killed our teams. But RCB, baby, they've earned themselves a playoff loss. Here it goes. Let's get it, baby.
Nick,
woo!
I'm even going to give you a bigger prediction. RCB beats Lucknow.
No.
RCB beats Lucknow. I'm calling it right here. Oh, wow. He threw that. Hey, I'm the guy that said RCB was going to make it to the playoffs. I'm the Swami.
Dave, I have very little hair left, and you're going to make it all gone. This is RCB hair right here. This is RCB hair. Why are you going to say they're going to win?
10115. 10115. Bro, because Lucknow looks suspect, bro. Lucknow looks suspect with their bowling. They won in their last match, but their bowling looks suspect. And I don't know. We'll see. Good Raj. I hate to say it. They almost look like the best team in the tournament. You know what I mean, dude? Gujarat. And everybody killed them. Not just me, by the way, but all the experts said this team is terrible. They didn't have any batting. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah,
you're right there, Barath. And someone said it earlier, too. They said, back when Pont dropped it, like in the middle of the innings, they said that was the match right there. And they were right. He dropped the match.
Yeah, it came down to the last over. You're right. But this is what I'm saying, and I like what this person here says. Kohli, last 2 matches has looked good. And this team won those games earlier without Kohli. So if you get anything out of Kohli, Hasaranga is dangerous, bro. Hasaranga takes those wickets. You get anything out of Glenn Maxwell, they got a shot. Don't tell me they don't got a shot against Lucknow. They got a shot, period.
Hey, you're using intelligence. You're using like what you've learned, experience, knowledge. It's RCB, okay? Answer me this. Answer me this. When they played KKR last year in the playoffs, did they even show up? No.
They did.
The first year when they played, who they played in the playoffs, I don't even know. SRH. Did they show up? No. It's not even a surprise. Now, if they do win, then you know I'm changing my tune, baby. If they get to that finals, oh.
DC choke South Africa style. Easy there, Jihan. Ooh, we got friends in the channel that are from South Africa.
Wow. Jihan hates himself from South Africa. Holy cow.
Tim David, last 6 matches. 20 off 9, 44 off 21, 13 off 9, 16 off 7, 46 off 18, and 34 off 11. Jack, why is he hated? Why is Tim David not given a chance? Why have we not seen Tim David make the international side? Talk to us, Jack.
Yeah, I don't know, Gabe. He should, because he's doing a good job. He's done a good job in the BBL for the Hurricanes, Hobart Hurricanes. He's done well at overseas tournaments in Pakistan, the PSL, and now the IPL. He should be considered. He's not even in the T20 squad for the Sri Lanka series. He should give him a
Why do
go.
I hate Tim David?
Yeah, I don't know.
Well,
he'll
he just
easily
said
get
it.
into the side.
You
based
just
on the
said it
form at the
there. He plays for Hobart. It's ruined his career.
Oh,
You're evil. You are evil, evil little man. Oh my gosh. I'm just saying, Tim David, think about the wicket keepers for Australia, okay? And it's not been the strongest position. Obviously, Tim Payne, retired, or was he retired? Did he retire or was he retired? Either way, he's been in bad form for a while, right? And Australia has had some issues in that department. Tim David looks really good with the gloves, by the way. He takes a lot of catches, and not to say, again, this is IPL, but you telling me he can't even make the side on the T20, on the T20 side? Lucknow will eat RCB. Guys, remember, this is, in my opinion, this RCB bowling attack is better because not only do they have Hasaranga, they've got the Australian. That's right, Hazelwood taking scalps. Yum 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 yum.
Varun is absolutely correct. They're going to expose them. I'm serious. I'm being serious right now. Okay, tell me, what besides Maxwell's great performance last match, right? Besides Hazelwood's great performance last match and Coley doing fantastic, what else makes you feel good about the squad? Faf has been very hot or cold. He hasn't even earned the right to be lukewarm yet this year.
You're right.
You're talking about Shabazz Ahmed and DK, who pushed them to 5 wins early this season. They have not been heard of. They don't know what to do in the opening bowling, where they had a spinner, or no, they had Call in the first, and then Ahmed back-to-back spinners in the power play. They don't know what to do. LSG is a well-oiled machine. They've had some issues recently, but what great teams don't go through those hiccups, right? They are going to absolutely eat them alive. I completely agree. I hope they don't. I'm rooting for RCB. I'll have my RCB gear on. I'll be an annoying fan, but that's what I'm afraid of. It's not even going to be close.
And after our mid-season review, Nick, it ended up exactly as this guy here predicted. All right. The Titans, Rajasthan Royals, Lucknow, and RCB sneaks in. Man, the Swami's good. Oh, the Swami's good. Nick, I mean, I can't tell you how good I am at my predictions. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Mid-season review, I got all 4 right. All right. And even in the preseason, I did have RCB in there. So I had 3 of the 4 right. And I'm going to give you guys my prediction right now.
No. You did not have RCB in there. You did not. You took him out on your own. You shut your mouth.
All right.
Yes, you did not. I'll pull it up right now if you want the proof.
Here is my predictions. RCB sneaks by Lucknow.
So stupid.
I'm just saying. And Rajasthan defeats the mighty Titans. And we're going to have a Rajasthan Royal RCB finals. You heard it here first.
Now remember, even if Rajasthan beats the Titans, both teams are still in the playoffs. It's just to see who gets that automatic final bid. Remember? So even if they beat them, Gujarat is still in it. But you're saying that Rajasthan's going to earn their way to the final right away?
I think Rajasthan's going to get in, bro. I honestly think Rajasthan's going to get in. And, here's the thing. I know that you picked them at the very beginning of the season to win the whole thing. I think you're right. Here's my conspiracy theorist. If there is any type of manipulation by the IPL, the BCCI, all those guys, do you not think you want your 2 bigger franchise? Seeing what's happened to the ratings, the worst thing that could happen to the IPL is if we got a Titans and Lucknow final. Honestly, because the ratings have been terrible. So we're going to have umpires either doing this or maybe putting this down, depending if it's RCB calls.
That bodes well for us because we were the ones that were saying it 2 years ago when this idea came up. Get more teams, it's going to be better for the league. You're going to get more players involved, all this kind of stuff. And they did it, and look what would happen. I'm just saying.
And you're right. We were wrong from that perspective. I thought that it would bring viewership up. What we didn't expect was that the 2 most popular teams in the entire league would collapse. Bro, CSK and Mumbai have just collapsed this season. They're an embarrassment. So right now, the powers that be, Jack, did you ever get that phone call that said, hey, make sure you put that finger in your pocket this Sunday? Or we'd like to see a lot more, wickets called out there. When in doubt, you know what I mean?
You're so dumb.
Listen, I get you. Listen, there's my conspiracy theorist, okay?
Yeah.
I'm one of those guys. I'm like, listen, did we really land on the moon? Was that footage real? I'm one of those guys. Who shot Kennedy? I don't know. Magic bullet? I'm one of those conspiracy guys. Okay, I'm not the, January 6th crazy conspiracy and, lizard people and all that crazy stuff. I'm not that crazy. But I do believe backroom deals happen. And I do believe that right now the IPL is trying to figure out how to get RCB through to the finals. They're praying RCB gets through to the finals because they need the viewership. They want the viewership. The sponsors
Gabe?
want. What?
Gabe?
You don't think
Can I play something? Can I play something for you real quick?
Go ahead.
I want you to listen to this, okay?
Go ahead.
I'm gonna bust a little Dr. Jihan right here. You ready?
Oh, go for it. I hate you. It's deep enough to go and make a run. They made it to the finals last year. I think they're going to be back in the playoffs this year. And I had RCB as my fourth team. But Johnny Bairstow, the MVP, the Orange Cap winner, and the maximum 6 winner just convinced me that I'm going with the Kings. That's right, Punjab Kings putting in work. And in the playoffs, for that, you heathen.
Listen. Because my graphics said that you did choose RCB. I'm like, oh, maybe he stuck with it. So I was following the subtitles. Okay, you had RCB in there, but your MVP and Orange Cap winner, Johnny Bairstow, who didn't have a bad season when he played, I'm not going to lie, he convinced you the Kings. All those people that said the Kings are going to the playoffs, and I said no, and I never changed my mind. Take that, ladies and gentlemen. Take that.
Boomer just hit me with a 1-on-1-1-5.
You got one right in the playoff prediction. You got one. You had Rajasthan.
I didn't. I had the Lucknow, didn't I?
No. You want to hear my choices that I had?
Go ahead.
I had DC. I was wrong about that. Rajasthan, LSG, and the most embarrassing pick, CSK. I was going by history.
And what did I have?
I got 2. You had DC, KKR, Homer, Punjab, and Rajasthan.
Oh boy, my mid-season picks were much better because I'm 4 for 4 in the mid-season picks. Play 10115 again, Nick. They want 10115. They want you to go find the 10115.
Oh, you want me to play it again? I got it right here.
Jack, let me ask you.
Here we go.
You've been watching sports for a while. You really don't think that kind of stuff happens where the powers that be, the guys that run the sports, I mean, the think about it. Marketing is a big part of this. If you are a sponsor, who do you want there? What's a bigger fan base, RCB or Lucknow? RCB or the Titans? I mean, come on. You've got Coley. You've got Hazelwood. You've got Fop. You got such big personalities on that one team alone. Like, how could they not want RCB there? How could they not try to give RCB every possible advantage?
Now, Jack, before you answer that, sorry to interrupt. I got to get going. I'm going to take my kids to see a movie. Gabe, I'll see you later today. Thank you guys so much for checking us out. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Thanks for joining us. Jack, you are the man. Gabe, you are the man. Everyone have a fantastic day. Go RCB. They're going to lose.
Alex, he's out of control. What do you think? What do you think, Jack? I mean, that kind of stuff happens, man.
Yeah. It may happen behind the scenes. I hope it doesn't happen, but there's some cases that it probably has, and they want, certain teams to go in the competition and, in the finals, playoffs, and, to boost the ratings and stuff like that, I think. But I hope it doesn't happen. But
I mean, the NFL just recently came out and got not busted for it, but exposed that, listen, they've told the referees, put your whistles in your pockets, let them play. And in other games, call it really, really tight. Not necessarily saying to the referees, throw the game one way or another, but they absolutely prefer it. The NFL actually has something called flex. I'm not sure if you know what a flex is, but basically in a flex game, they're able to flex themselves out of a bad game. So let's say they got primetime game, usually Sunday nights or Monday nights, and it's a game like this one that's going to go on tomorrow, which doesn't matter. They would flex that game out and put a better game on the schedule. We would have a game that does matter, like this one right here, because it's about ratings. Sponsors want their games on prime time, and if it's a game that doesn't matter versus a game that does matter, or a bigger franchise versus a smaller franchise, they'll absolutely flex themselves out. And that started about 3 years ago. When they started being able to flex out the schedule and change the schedule depending on what team is doing well and who has a better record and whether the game matters or not, that's when you knew, okay, ratings and viewership are playing a bigger part in the game than we would care to believe it does.
Yeah.
It doesn't work like that. I'm from Good Garage and support RCB. It depends on legacy players and big teams. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, you can't tell me the IPL doesn't want a legacy team in there in the finals. Of course they do. Of course they do. Now, what could they do to benefit it, short of telling, the umpires, make sure you call it close, make sure you call it right? I mean, the toss is the most unpredictable thing, right? And there's just no way to predict that toss. There just isn't.
No, there isn't.
Wow, 220 million people and is the population for LSG. Wow, interesting. I didn't realize it was that big.
Well, it's quite a big country, India, quite a large population, and yeah,
a lot of people. In any event, Jack, thanks for hanging out with us. Jay, sorry, I'll try to shut up, but I probably won't. Been a lot of fun. Guys, don't forget to follow Jack on the Dibbly Dobbly podcast. What new do you got coming up, my friend?
Well, we just uploaded a video on the history of the game, talking about the importance of learning about the history of cricket, which I think everyone should take the time to research the game and research the history. So that's the latest episodes that got released today. So if you want to have a listen to that, you're more than welcome to. And if you want to subscribe, please do. More the merrier. We want to try and get as many runs as we can, to use a cricket analogy there. We're on 329 runs, so we want to try and get to the 400 and try and beat Brian Lara's 400 and 501 if we can.
Ooh.
But it's been great fun.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Guys, thanks so much for joining us. Get ready for the playoffs next week. We're super excited for that. You guys already know this final week of the IPL, never a boring match. Other than tomorrow's rubber match, which just doesn't really matter. But until then, you guys already know the deal. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Check you out soon. Same bat time, same bat channel. Peace.